Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to get started here in a minute, so grab your seats. Carla Bush, representing Alaska, is online. Welcome, Carla. And let me first see if Executive Director Merrick Burton has any announcements, and if not.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. Looking at my notes here, I don't see anything that is worth announcing this morning. So back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well, we're on time, and to keep us on time, I will hand the gavel to Vice Chair Pettinger for agenda item H5.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you. With that, I'll turn to Kelly to start us off on H5. Kelly?
Morning, Council. This is agenda item H5, electronic monitoring implementation update. Recall in March 2023, the Council recommended and NIMS included language in the EM program manual that specifies the minimum EM video review for optimized retention fishing trips. Recall that vessels operating under optimized retention rules include bottom trawl, fixed gear, and non-whiting midwater trawl. These vessels may discard allowable species. Starting in January 1, 2024, the video review rate for these vessels will be a random selection of 10% of hauls per trip, a minimum of 1 per trip. During the March meeting, the Council's Groundfish Electronic Monitoring Policy Advisory Committee provided draft business rules for additional review when non-allowable discard is observed under the new review rate. As part of this potential change, the Council recommended that the GEMPAC TAC and enforcement consultants meet and provide further refinements to the business rules for consideration at the June Council meeting. The GEMPAC TAC met on June 16th, 2023 to consider revised business rules and also the discard species lists. Currently, there are differences between the discard species list in regulation, which will be effective on January 1, 2024, and the list in the vessel monitoring plans currently used in the EFP. Additionally, there's a desire to move the discard species list from regulation to the vessel monitoring plans in the future. Under this agenda item, the Council is scheduled to receive an EM implementation update from NIMS, consider revisions to the EM business rules, and provide guidance to NIMS regarding implementation of the EM program for 2024. And with that, Mr. Chair, I recommend that you receive an update from the National Marine Fisheries Service on EM implementation, then move to Mr. Anderson for the GEMPAC TAC report. And then you also have in your briefing materials a supplemental GAP and supplemental EC report. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions about the agenda item overview.
Thank you, Kelly. Questions for Kelly on her overview? Not seeing any, so all right. Look to Ryan Wolf for the NIMS report. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, everyone. Just a few general updates from the National Marine Fisheries Service. The first regarding the status of our current rulemaking. I believe Ms. Kent spoke to this already under the Groundfish NIMS report, but just a reminder here that to expect the publication of the proposed rule in July. This is the final cleanup rule from the EM work last year. But we are still on track for a final rule there from ahead of the start of the regulatory program that will begin on January 1st, 2024. Also, as it relates to that regulatory program preparation, the deadline for EM service provider applications was June 1st. We received 6 applications. We are reviewing those applications and will proceed accordingly. And I wanted to take the time here under the EM update agenda item to remind the vessels that want an authorization for January will need to apply by October 1st. And for vessels wanting an authorization for May for the whiting season, will need to apply by February 1st. And then, as Kelly noted in her summary, and you'll hear, I think, more about in the GEMPAC report regarding the discard list. It is true as of January 1, the VMPs will need to be adjusted to match the regulations, which would affect Rexol, which is not in regulations, but it has been in the discard list under the EFPs. We recognize that that's a change. So NIMS is working right now to consider how to potentially develop a new EFP, which would allow discarding consistent with the current practice for 2024. But this will also probably need, as was noted in the SITSM, eventually a permanent change in the regs going forward. And that concludes my report, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. Questions for Ryan on the NIMS report? Okay, very good. With that, I'll turn to Phil Anderson for the GEMPAC report. Phil?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman or Vice Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I'll be referring to the GEMPAC TAC report that you have in your briefing book. Let me just start by thanking everyone on the committees that has worked so diligently to bring forward consensus recommendations to the council. We started back in November of 2021, working our way through the various issues that were outstanding at that point in time. And we have been successful in keeping everybody together, and I just appreciate everybody's willingness to find common ground. The Groundfish Electronic Monitoring Policy and Technical Advisory Committees. We met on June 16th. And I just pause here and just make the observation that we have worked together, both committees. We have not separated ourselves. So each one of our meetings has been of both the policy side and the technical side of the advisory committees. And we continued with that model on June 16th here earlier in the month. And the purpose of the meeting was fairly narrow, and it was to further discuss business rules on the EM program manual that would trigger additional electronic monitoring video review by third-party providers and discussion around the discard species list. Third-party review of the EM video was designed to corroborate the logbook data and note compliance with the regulations on allowable discard, which is used to meet the shore-based individual fishing quota program catch accounting requirements. Starting in 2024, reviews are scheduled to occur as follows. 100% of hauls per trip for vessels following the maximized retention regulations. That's primarily the whiting vessels, and 10% of hauls per trip for optimized retention and fixed gear. On an optimized retention trip, if there is a discrepancy between the logbook and the EM estimate, or if unallowable discards occur, 100% of the hauls from that trip will be reviewed. In these cases, EM data and not the logbook estimate would be used to debit the vessel account for discards. After the vessel has been notified of the non-compliant behavior, the GEMPAC TAC had proposed as part of their March 2023 report to the council an additional review of 100% of the hauls for the subsequent two trips, or for the two subsequent trips, to monitor for accurate catch counting. Subsequently, the Office of Law Enforcement representative suggested additional provisions, which in turn led to the establishment of a GEMPAC TAC subcommittee to further work on the issue with National Marine Fisheries Service and the Office of Law Enforcement. And along with, we had representatives of state law enforcement on the subcommittee as well. And they, the committee worked on that issue with those folks. Of note is the recognition that the current application of the EM cost allocation policy directive is that video review for purposes of catch counting is a sampling cost borne by industry. So after a lot of discussion, and in particular focusing on whether or not we should be very prescriptive in terms of what happens if a violation is detected or an abnormality is detected, or whether we should have language that provides the maximum flexibility, leaving those that are responsible for determining whether additional video review is needed can make that determination on a case-by-case basis. And as the discussion, which I was going to say matured, I think that maybe that's what it did. We started focusing in and with the feeling that providing flexibility in terms of what the appropriate response would be was preferred over having language that was very specific, and in particular requiring additional video review, which of course comes with a cost, in circumstances where that would not necessarily be the preferred response to the detection of a violation or an abnormality that they saw in a video review. So as a result of debating and thinking about that, the committee as a whole at our meeting on June 16th came up with the language as follows. Allowable discard species are approved by National Marine Fisheries Service and listed in the regulations and vessel monitoring plans. If review indicates non-compliant behavior, it will be noted in the drive report. In such cases, the vessel operator will be notified and EM data rather than logbook data will be used to debit the vessel account for discards. So we're recommending that language in place of the language that we had in our March report, which specified the additional video review of the two subsequent trips, leaving to the people that are managing the program the discretion to determine whether additional video review was the appropriate response if they detected a non-compliant behavior. A number of the committee members thought a focus should be placed on improved communication rather than the secondary review, since the latter is a punitive approach with financial implications. There was broad agreement that the greatest incentive for compliance was the potential for participants to be ineligible to participate in the EM program if they receive violations. There was general agreement that an adaptive approach was needed to address these issues while ensuring a cost-effective program that meets the regulatory requirements. There was some consideration that an EM oversight committee be established once the GEMPAC/TAC has completed its task to work, the oversight committee to work with National Marine Fisheries on these and other emerging issues, with the expectation that the solutions could result in revisions to the EM program manual. Keeping in mind that the manual is not in regulation and it is not in regulation in part because of the recognition that we will learn as we go and implement the program, and that revisions may be needed. And we don't want to have the burden of a regulatory amendment in order to amend the business rules. I would note that while NIMS supports the GEMPAC-TAC recommended business rules, there is a need to maintain the ability to have additional video review. And that is, could be from an oversight perspective, or it could be as a result of a non-compliant action. The GEMPAC recommends that provisions contained in the EM program manual take into account the dynamic nature of fishing operations. They support the enforcement measures needed to ensure adequate catch accounting and compliance with the program requirements. Enforcement entities maintain the ability to order additional EM review as needed to determine whether the magnitude of an accounting discrepancy or unallowable discards are significant enough to warrant an investigation and a potential violation. The current application of the EM cost allocation policy directive is that enforcement costs are administrative costs borne by the agency and recovered via cost recovery with fees paid by the sector. Enforcement officers have specialized training and discretion to evaluate activities and determine the appropriate type of follow-up actions. There was agreement that the third-party reviewers should not be responsible for identifying violations. Rather, the reviewers should implement standard business rules and provide documentation on the drive reports for use by enforcement and National Marine Fisheries Service. Finally, turning to the discard species list, under the current exempted fishing permit program, the discard species list is contained in the vessel monitoring plans. On January 1, 2024, vessels will be required to follow the discard species list in regulation, which is different than the list in the current VMP. And I think the difference, I believe there's one difference, and it's that Rex sole is in the VMPs, but not currently in regulation. NIMS acknowledged the importance of maintaining the status quo discard species list and indicated the agency is seeking interim and long-term solutions. Those hopefully will be forthcoming later in the year. Moving the discard species list from regulation to the VMPs was added to the Groundfish Workload Priorities B list back in March of 2023. So we may want to think carefully in terms of a long-term plan on how to deal with the discard species list such that the council periodically has an opportunity to review those species and potentially make changes. So in conclusion, our recommendation is that to make a recommendation to National Marine Fisheries Service that the allowable discard species are the language that I indicated earlier in the report, which is allowable discard species are approved by National Marine Fisheries Service and listed in the regulations and vessel monitoring plans. If review indicates non-compliant behavior, it will be noted in the drive report. In such cases, the vessel operator will be notified and EM data rather than logbook data will be used to debit the vessel account for discards. Again, I want to also just acknowledge Brett Weedoff's contribution to our committee. I see he's here today. Thank you, Brett. And also acknowledge and thank Kelly Ames for stepping in and helping us during our June 16th meeting. I'm happy to take questions or welcome. There's Mr. Dooley sitting at the table here. That was part of the committee. If there are other, he would like to offer other thoughts.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. Okay. Questions on the GIMPAC report? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning. I just wanted to add a little bit to this, and it's nothing substantial, but it is a little bit, I think, in my mind. I want to thank our chairman, Phil Anderson, for providing guidance and leadership to have this committee perform at a very, very high level, including subcommittee work groups to work through individual problems. And I think I've got to say that this was a very much of a team effort, including all the agency enforcement, everybody on board. And there were a lot of complex, difficult issues to work through. I think we came to a very good place. I know there's talk about another committee being, in this a follow-up committee being established, or maybe just a continuation of SAMTech. I really am sensitive in my own right of having a full-fledged committee that regularly meets. But I think we do need to have, much like the Groundfish Allocation Committee, have somebody identified to talk through problems as they go forward. I mean, we tried to build a perfect spaceship here, but we don't know that it will fly flawlessly forever. So I think it needs to, that this group particularly had rolled up their sleeves and did a very good job. And I also would echo thanking the staff, particularly Brett and Kelly for all of the work, and NIMS for their work and enforcement. So but most of all, Phil, thank you so much for your leadership on this. And it was my culmination of a lot of work by a lot of people. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you, Phil. Okay. Next up will be the GAP report and Jeff Lackey.
Good morning. I'll be reading from agenda item H5, Supplemental GAP Report 1, GAP Report on EM Implementation Update. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received an overview of this agenda item from Ms. Kelly Ames, Pacific Fishery Management Council, and offers the following comments. The GAP agrees with recommendations and rationale in the GIMPAC TAC report, including first, include text in the program manual at the bottom of page 1 in the report beginning allowable discard species are approved. Second, moving the discard species list from regulation to the vessel monitoring plan as soon as practicable. Third, support formation of an electronic monitoring oversight committee once the GIMPAC TAC has completed its work. And that concludes the report.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions on the GAP report? All right, thanks, Jeff. Next up will be Greg Bush and the EC report. Greg, welcome.
Morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Greg Bush. I'm representing the enforcement consultants. I'll be reading from agenda item H5A, Enforcement Consultants Report on an electronic monitoring implementation update. The enforcement consultants have reviewed reports associated with agenda item H5A, Supplemental Groundfish Electronic Monitoring Policy Advisory Committee and Technical Advisory Committee Report 1, and have the following comments. The EC appreciated the opportunity for several of its members to meet as part of the GEMPAC TAC subgroup and the GEMPAC TAC to further discuss the business rules for video review proposed at the March 2023 council meeting. The EC is not opposed to inclusion in the EM program manual, the proposed text at the bottom of page 1 of the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Questions on the EC report? Phil Anderson.
I don't have a question. I just want to acknowledge Greg and Dan Chadwick's participation in our group. We weren't always of like mind, but they worked in a very constructive way with us and listened to our concerns as we listened to theirs, and appreciate the approach that they took in working through the issues. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. All right. Thank you, Greg. Okay. Public comment? I don't see zero. Okay. That will bring us to council action. Chair Grobman.
I'll get us started here. I just want to say, for someone who's sort of on the outside looking in on this process, because I'm not related to those sectors, and having witnessed over the years highs and lows, mostly lows in the process, I am thrilled that we've reached this point, and I think that all the folks who put in all the hard work to allow us to reach this point should be congratulated.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. Anyone else? I think that pretty much sums it up, but Phil?
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a motion if this is a good time for that.
Okay, please.
See if my email reached the appropriate place. Thank you, Sandra. I sent you the wrong one. But there we go. Thanks. I move the council recommend the National Marine Fisheries Service add to the EM program manual the language recommended by the GEMPAC TAC contained in H5A Supplemental Report 1, Groundfish Electronic Monitoring Policy Advisory and Technical Advisory Committee's report on electronic monitoring implementation recommendations. Recommendation for video review.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. Is the language on the screen accurate?
It is.
For a second. Second by Bob Dooley. Thank you. Speak to your message or your motion as appropriate. Or not. So.
Oh, thanks. Well, I think we had a good discussion here and had, I think both the report from National Marine Fisheries Service and the written report that I paraphrased here in my remarks gives a good background of and justification for this motion. And I think it will get us, the way the manual's structured, it's going to get us started. I suspect that there'll be some need to make some modifications along the way, but I think it's a good starting point. And there is, as Mr. Wolf indicated, some work to do and some things that the vessel owners need to have their eyes on here to make sure that those that want to participate in EM get the appropriate paperwork in and so forth. But I think we're getting close to January 2024 successful launch. Thanks.
Okay, very good. Okay. Questions for the motion maker or discussion on the motion? All right. Well, I'm not seeing any hands, so I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, well done. Well done. So with that, Kelly, I'll turn to you. Make sure we're good here.
Thanks, Chair Pettinger. Mr. Dooley has his hand raised.
Well, yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think that we have one other issue still on the table here, and I would just, I don't know that it requires a motion or anything like that, but the GAP report mentioned formation of electronic monitoring oversight committee. I really think maybe it's premature for that, in my own opinion. I think that we should not dissolve the GIMPAC as of yet. I think there's, we're not implemented yet. There may come a time here where we need to have some input between now and then, and maybe even a little after, to work out bumps. And I think the people that are on that committee, from enforcement to to the agency, to the people that were involved in the EFPs, as well as the other industry folks, are best suited to keep together as a resource. And so I wouldn't anticipate like scheduled ongoing meetings, but as needed basis, I think it's the resource to inform the council and inform, working together between all of the parties here, that we should not just preemptively do that. I don't think we should start an oversight committee, particularly at this time. I think maybe in the future, I think it's valid to keep ongoing updates in a place where we can have the entire, input from everyone. And it's a good resource and a good place to do that. But right now, I think it's probably not the time to establish that committee and just keep the GEMPAC alive until such time as we deem that there needs to be a change. So that I just wanted to comment on that. So thank you.
Okay, Bob. Very good. Bill?
Yeah, I appreciate Bob bringing that topic up before we close the discussion out. I too would recommend that if we transition from what we have to a single committee, an oversight committee or whatever we end up calling it, that we shouldn't have an interruption between one being disbanded and the other one being established. It's been a little bit awkward, and to have a GEMPAC and a GEMTAC. I actually thought when I started the chair piece that it really there was getting them to everybody to operate as one group, to me, was really important, so that we had, whether it was enforcement or Pacific States or National Marine Fisheries Service expertise at the implementation permit end, having one in one group and one in the other group and meeting separately and all that, I just thought was a recipe for disaster. or maybe not that, but it would make it more difficult to make progress. How about that? So I hope that we can, not today, but maybe in September, maybe in November, think about making this transition from a gem pack TAC to an oversight committee or whatever, if there's a different EM oversight committee, if there's a different name that's better, and make sure that we include all of the pertinent expertise that we need in a committee on a single committee. I don't think it needs to be big. I think so. I'm not suggesting some big group, but that's just my observation, that if we could move to a single group, and it would have, a bit of a different responsibility than the current Gem Pact Act, but it's going to be important, I think, to have industry and the governmental entities and stay together on this as we move through, because we will run. I won't be surprised if there isn't a glitch or two along the way that doesn't need to be dealt with. So, thanks.
Okay. Very good. Anyone else? Okay, Kelly? Nope. Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to support the interventions by Mr. Dooley and by Mr. Anderson. And I think Phil noted it when he was giving his report, right? NIMS has always said this was going to be a little bit of an iterative process, especially as it related to the manual. We are going to this reduced review rate and starting this new program. So we expect to learn some things along the way. And so I do think it would be helpful to have some sort of mechanism should things happen and we want to, again, get some feedback, not from the specific kind of expertise, but also if there is a nexus in the future to bring something back to the council too, it would allow us to have those discussions before we did so. So I just wanted to support those comments. Thanks.
Very good. All right. Kelly.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Your work on this is done. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Well, with that, that'll take us to H6. And I see Todd's going to take the seat. I think everybody else is staying in there, it looks like. Okay, that's good. All right. Well, welcome Caroline McKnight and Keely Kent to the table. And with that, Todd?
Yes, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, Council. This is, of course, the Groundfish Endangered Species Workgroup Report, Agenda Item H6. So the Endangered Species Workgroup was established in 2013 to serve as an advisory body to the Council. The objective was to support ESA Section 7A2 compliance and the biological opinions for the continued operation of the Pacific Coast groundfish fishery. These work group meetings are generally timed so that any management measures that may need to be adjusted can be considered as part of the groundfish biennial process. The work group last met April 12th through the 13th and reviewed the reports dealing with the most recent incidental take statements for Eulicon, green sturgeon, humpback whale, short-tailed albatross, leatherback sea turtle, and humpback whale. The work group in part considered whether incidental take was exceeded and if new information revealed that effects not previously considered in the BIOP were at issue. The work group does have the ability to recommend to the council to consider new conservation and management measures to minimize bycatch of the species I mentioned just a moment ago. And that report is provided as agenda item H6, Groundfish Endangered Species Work Group Report 1. The work group chair is expected to provide some information regarding this report at this meeting. So for the council, you have the opportunity to consider this agenda item to address conservation concerns raised in the reports and consider if measures to minimize bycatch of these species are warranted. Any new management measures that the council does identify at this meeting should or could be considered as part of the 2025-2026 harvest specifications and management measures process, if appropriate. You'll note in your reference materials, you have a 7 NIMS reports. Those reports will all be covered under the presentation that Mr. Brian Hooper will be giving to the council. And looking to other reference materials other than the PowerPoint that is listed in the briefing book, you have a gap report for consideration. Your action today is to consider the recommendations of the work group and identify measures to be considered as part of the 2025-2026 groundfish biennial management process as appropriate. Thank you. That concludes my overview. I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have. Otherwise, I would recommend that we move directly to Mr. Hooper's presentation.
Okay, thanks, Todd. Questions for Todd on his overview? All right, with that, we'll turn to Brian Hooper. Brian.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Brian Hooper. I'm a fishery management specialist with NIMS West Coast region in Seattle. I had the pleasure of chairing the Groundfish Endangered Species Work Group's virtual meeting in April. So in this presentation, I'll be giving you a brief summary of the work group's findings and recommendations. If you go to the next slide, please. All right, so just a quick overview of our work group objectives. The first being, so the work group checks in on the non-salmonid biological opinions for the operation of the groundfish fishery. The work group determines if the incidental take amount from the opinion was exceeded. We consider if new information reveals effects not previously considered in the opinion. And then we make recommendations to improve future bycatch reports. And we can propose for the council's consideration as needed, conservation and management measures to minimize bycatch of the listed species. Next slide. Okay, so just a quick overview of our general findings and comments. The incidental take amounts from the groundfish opinions were not exceeded. Our report includes several suggestions to improve bycatch reports or consider things for future biological opinions. The work group supports having continued industry representation on the work group in the future. Mr. Abach's input was very valuable in helping the work group understand how different gears are fished and vessels operate. We expect to have federal non-trawl logbook effort data from 2023 available for our 2025 meeting. We discussed potential analyses of these new fleet-wide effort data, such as line days, soak time, number of vertical lines, floating long line gear usage, and their relevance to estimations of entanglement risk. The work group plans to think more about the specific data products needed, so requests for information can be incorporated early in the 2025 work group process. Go to the next slide. All right, so on our fishing effort report, overall patterns seen in fishing effort and catch were well within bounds of previous years. You can see the full write-up in that report, but I'll highlight two things here. The work group noted landings in midwater rockfish trawl fleet were similar from 2017 to 2021. We also note that fleet-wide pot use decreased from 2019 to 2021. While the changes in fishing patterns discussed in the report are notable, the work group agreed that the changes did not constitute new information or effects that were not previously considered in the opinions. Go to the next slide. All right, so on Ulicon, we did see an increase in Ulicon bycatch in 2020 and 2021. Ulicon bycatch was still under the precautionary and reinitiation thresholds, though. So in 2021, the Ulicon bycatch was 61% of the precautionary threshold and 30% of the reinitiation threshold. And the work discussed that even at these relatively higher levels of Ulicon bycatch, it's not likely a population level concern. We discussed potential reasons for the increased bycatch, the first being that Ulicon abundance increased during this period. The presence of more Ulicon in the marine environment likely accounts for some unknown portion of increased Ulicon bycatch in these fisheries. Increased bycatch also coincides with the elimination of minimum trawl mesh sizes in the bottom and mid-rod trawl fisheries, and that began in 2019. The work group discussed this possibility, but did not have data to evaluate if changes to mesh size in the fleet were extensive. We note that increases in Ulicon bycatch were seen across whiting and non-whiting sectors during this time period. And it was assumed during the development of that action that eliminated mesh size, cod end, and chafing gear restrictions for midwater and bottom trawl IFQ fisheries would have little impact on Ulicon, since in the catch-share program, folks would likely continue using cod ends and other large sections of the trawl net with mesh sizes similar to those prior to 2019. Go to the next slide. All right, so the work group flags for the council that based on a preliminary forecast, at least the precautionary threshold may be crossed in 2022. We are not proposing conservation and management measures to minimize bycatch of Ulicon at this time. We understand NIMS monitors Ulicon bycatch levels every year and will keep the work group and council apprised of new data on abundance and bycatch. We will continue to evaluate Ulicon bycatch and the need for bycatch minimization measures through our 2025 report or as directed by the council. The work group continues to appreciate the existing buy-up replaced the fixed, I think it was 1,004 fish threshold with an approach intended to better account for increases in bycatch when Ulicon are abundant. However, we highlight questions about the rationale for the 5-year geometric mean based on framework. The 5-year geometric mean based framework. That's both in terms of how well it characterizes what should be expected for bycatch swings in the fishery and its biological basis for Ulicon. If consultation is reinitiated in the future, we would recommend evaluating an evaluation of alternative approaches. Next slide. All right, so in green sturgeon here, if you remember, there are two distinct population segments of green sturgeon on the West Coast. Only the southern DPS is listed under the Endangered Species Act. The estimated number of southern DPS encountered in the federally managed groundfish fish sectors for 2017 to 2021 is 1 fish, and based on this is based on individual stock identification assignments in area-wide proportions. You can see in the yellow bars here, the estimated southern DPS bycatch has not exceeded the incidental take statement amount from the biological opinion. The work group overall did not have any recommendations with respect to green sturgeon. Go to the next slide. All right, so on humpback whales here, there have been 2 documented humpback whale takes in the groundfish pot fisheries, one in the limited entry sablefish pot fishery sector, and that was in 2014, and one in the open access fixed gear pot fishery sector in 2016. And for the most recent 5-year period, 2017 to 2021, the limited entry and open access pot fishery sectors combined did not exceed the incidental take limit. There was a take in 2021 in a new sector of the fishery, that's the open access hook and line sector. I'll get into details of the entanglement on the next slide, but for context, the work group looked at some scenarios where the open access hook and line fishery was included in the bycatch estimates. So if we include all the hook and line fishery, the fixed gear sectors collectively would have exceeded the 5-year running average incidental take threshold. This does not mean that the take amount from the 2020 opinion was exceeded as model and thresholds used in the opinion do not specifically include this gear type. So again, the work group just provided these scenarios for context and discussion. We understand that NIMS will consider whether the methodology used by the work group is the best indicator of future entanglement risk when evaluating this take. And next slide, please. And so here's the details on that hook and line sector take. In the summer of 2021, there was observed take of a humpback whale in the open access hook and line fishery. This occurred off California and involved vertical hook and line gear in which the gear was attached to the vessel, or sorry, not attached to the vessel. The vessel was targeting slope rockfish and was not part of an exempted fishing permit. The interaction was documented as a serious injury and not a mortality. So again, this was the first documented interaction with humpback whales in this sector of the fishery. The model and thresholds used in the 2020 BIOP do not include this gear type. Therefore, it may represent, quote unquote, new information under the ESA. Oh, and yeah, and just a correction on this slide. It should read, it was the gear was attached to the vessel. Sorry for that discrepancy there. See the work group. Yeah, so NIMS is evaluating the new information for potential BIOP reinitiation. In terms of the council, we wanted to flag this for you all. And fishermen, as it might not be obvious that hook and line gear may interact with humpback whales. We discussed voluntary movement by fishermen to a different fishing site when humpback whales are present in the area as a potential way to minimize bycatch. Data confidentiality limited the detail available for discussion at the meeting. The work group found it difficult to discuss the likelihood of additional takes with this and like gear types and what might be done to avoid them. Even with more detail, we note that it would have been difficult to generalize from a single known event. So we wanted to request some fishermen and council input on potential ways to minimize impacts from this gear. All right, go to the next slide, please. All right, so there's a couple more things on humpback whales here. After evaluating genetics and movement data, NIMS proposed designating 5 stocks to better align the stocks under the MMPA with humpback whale DPS under the ESA. More discussions on population structure, assessment of stocks and methods for assigning takes to a particular DPS are expected to take place over the next year in forums such as the Pacific Scientific Review Group. In 2020, the 2020 opinion assumes that approximately 90% of sablefish pot effort is off Oregon and California, and approximately 10% is off Washington. This distinction informs the take by DPS calculations in the opinion. The work group checked in on sablefish pot fishing effort distribution. So while the recent effort, so that 2020-2021 effort in the catch share fishery has shifted some from Oregon and California to Washington, the opinion assumption is still reasonable. The sablefish primary tier fishery season was temporarily extended in 2020 and 2021, from October 31st to December 31st. As described in the fishing effort report, the shifted pot effort to later in the year. And the work group just didn't see effects of humpback whales from the season extension that were different from what was analyzed in the BIOP. We will continue to monitor effects given the increase in sablefish allocations and the permanent season extension implemented with the 2023-2024 harvest specifications. Let's see, we encourage the council to support development of tools that could reduce real-time geographic overlap of humpback whales and the pot fishery. In our summary report, we highlight, for your awareness, the ongoing development of several scientific tools that may offer potential avenues of how to monitor or evaluate measures to minimize entanglement risk in West Coast fisheries. On fixed gear marking improvements, we would first like to acknowledge the success of the Sea Grant workshop held in November 2022. We believe gear marking improvements are on the right path forward with the additional opportunities for industry to provide input through the council process. The work group highlights the importance of coordination and communication with the Dungeness crab fishery and any groundfish fixed gear marking action. We also support the evaluation of changes to gear configuration regulations to allow voluntary use of one buoy line instead of two buoy lines, as this could potentially reduce the number of vertical lines in the water and the risk of entanglement. Next slide. All right, so on our recommendations related to humpback whales, the work group highlights the 2021 documented take of a humpback whale in a new sector, the open access hook and line fishery. We have no specific conservation measure recommendations, but suggestions and input from industry and council on potential ways to minimize impacts from this gear may be beneficial. The work group discussed the need for the council to keep apprised of stock structure changes, population estimates of subgroups, new take information, active litigation on the humpback whale biop, as well as the potential opinion reinitiation. We recommend the council consider how it would like to receive this information from NIMS. Finally, the work group encourages the council to support the development of tools that could reduce real-time geographic overlap of humpback whales and the pod fishery. And this specifically relates to conservation recommendation number 1 from the 2020 opinion. Next slide. All right, so on short-tailed albatross, there were no short-tailed albatross takes documented in 2020 or 2021. And based on the analysis presented in the bycatch report, we did not exceed our ITS thresholds for short-tailed albatross. Next slide. All right, just an update on some cooperative research. The council had requested NIMS and industry collaborate on research to identify potential solutions to ongoing elevated risk of bycatch for vessels that use long lines and floats. NIMS Cooperative Research Program provided funds to the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, Oregon Sea Grant, and industry collaborators to study mitigation strategies for floating gear configurations. After some delays, mainly COVID related, research will get underway in 2023. The research hopes to recommend operationally feasible solutions to protect floated long lines from seabirds. Next slide, please. All right, and then just on telemetry and observer data, because short-tailed albatross will likely continue to expand in larger numbers into its former range, the council had directed the work group to report out on any new telemetry or observer data south of 36. This request was made for purposes of possibly reconsidering the exemption from the streamer requirement for longline vessels operating south of 36. As of the work group's report, there have been no sightings south of 36 in U.S. waters since 2011, and there are no new observations or telemetry data to report out on. As a caveat, I'll note, yeah, of course, that observer effort and observer coverage in that area does tend to be lower. So unless otherwise directed by the council, we plan to continue to review and summarize the short-tailed albatross telemetry and observer data in future reports. Next slide. So on our recommendations, the work group recommends that the council support efforts to improve streamer lines or gear configuration for the purpose of mitigating seabird interactions. We also recommend the council continue to encourage industry participation in cooperative research to test these alternative mitigation measures for floated longline gear and that are designed to further reduce bycatch of seabirds. Next slide, please. If you do one more, so my nice turtle picture comes up here. So since 2006, there has been one observed leatherback sea turtle caught in West Coast groundfish fishing gear. This occurred in 2008 by an open access vessel using pod gear. Since there was not observed bycatch from 2017 to 2021, our limit was not exceeded. We will note the work group is concerned with the declining trend in the leatherback sea turtle population, as this concern is primarily primarily related to international fisheries and observer coverage issues. The work group recommends the council explore ways for it to support leatherback sea turtle recovery through the Regional Fishery Management Organization. And then next slide, which is the final slide. So closing, I just wanted to thank and recognize the great work done by everyone on the bycatch teams in producing the fishing effort and species reports. The work group continues to successfully foster effective communication between listed species experts and fishery managers. We are very much appreciate the protected species professionals for continuing to support these integrative discussions. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Question for Brian on his presentation? Chair Gorelli.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger, and thanks, Brian, for the presentation. I just have a few questions and probably mostly to illustrate my own ignorance. If we could go to the green sturgeon slide. So my first question is the reference to bycatch there, is that pre or post mortality? In other words, the biological opinion includes an assumed mortality rate. So is this before or after application of the mortality rate?
My understanding that is a take estimate.
Pardon me?
So not necessarily. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's before.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then in reference to Ulicon, there was speculation that perhaps the increased encounters were because of an increase in population. Was there a consideration that the essential disappearance of impacts on green sturgeon might be a result of a decrease in that population rather than a true change in potential encounters?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. My understanding, at least what the work group discussed, was that it was potentially that the fishing was further offshore in terms of the green sturgeon interactions, and that might contribute to the decreased bycatch amount.
Thanks. If I may have another question.
Please.
All right, back on the green sturgeon. So I understand that, in all the reports that I've seen up until this year, we've included all the observer data for green sturgeon bycatch. And something like 90% of them are in a state fishery. And for the first time, that was dropped from this report, which I personally found disappointing, but I understand why, because we're dealing here with federal fisheries and not state fisheries. And so this, you may or may not have the answer to this question, but is there an analogous report prepared for green sturgeon bycatch in state managed fisheries, since we no longer have it in this report?
Yes, thank you for the question. We are currently discussing that, and the NIMS region is currently discussing that, but our focus for this particular report to the council has been on the federal fishery. I would say that was primarily a workload concern, as well as a trying to keep it to the federal fishery and our charge under the biological opinion. I think we are exploring avenues for a separate report or other means to get that information out to folks, because I know that folks look at that information. So that's what we're looking into.
I appreciate you're in sustainable fisheries, not protected resources, but protected resources prepares a report along those lines?
Not that I'm aware. I believe that the center and the Protected Resources Division are exploring how best to present that information.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Further questions for Brian? Dennis.
Not a question, but just thank you to Brian for coordinating and meeting us on this meeting, as well as making the option to attend remotely a possibility. This meeting followed directly on the heels of some other meetings, and being able to attend remotely was much appreciated. Also want to thank and acknowledge Harrison Ibach's contribution to this work group. Having Bob Etter previously and Harrison at this meeting proved very helpful, as they have been able to ground truth some of the assumptions that are being made about how the gear works, how if the fishing operations happen. So I just wanted to really acknowledge those two individuals, particularly for their role in this process.
Thank you, Lynn. Heather Alt?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. And thank you, Brian, for a great presentation. I was looking in the report and was just wondering if the working group talked about the next planned meeting and whether or not a meeting sooner than later would be helpful, particularly to look at the non-trawl logbooks. So just an update on the next meeting, planned meeting, and whether or not there's one that's maybe earlier than what would normally be scheduled. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall, through the chair. The work group next planned meeting would be our 2025 meeting. I think we'll have some email dialogue on the non-trawl logbook data ahead of that next meeting, and I guess we'll see whether we feel like an official meeting is required at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Anyone else? Carolyn McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Brian, for the presentation. Similar to Ms. Hall's question, on slide 9 for humpback whales, the very last bullet says that NIMS is evaluating this new information of a recent injury or entanglement for a potential biop reinitiation. And then jumping over to slide 11, the second bullet is asking to recommend the council consider how it would like to receive updated information. Is there any indication how long the evaluation to determine whether reconsultation is needed? That might be helpful to understand whether or not the work group should meet sooner than the 2-year time period that it has been on, or if it should come to the council and the work group stay on its 2-year. I'm just wondering if there's any time expectation on evaluation there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. To the chair, there's not a set timeline for that reinitiation decision. I think maybe in council discussion we could ask Ms. Kent for further information if there's any.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? I don't see other hands. And Brian, maybe I might just interject on the mesh, the minimum mesh or the mesh regulations being removed. I would say that you might want to, maybe the agency can contact the local net shops, can give you an overview of that. And my experience is, for the most part, that everybody's going bigger mesh to exclude fish even more so. So, but for the future at least. So, okay. All right. With that, we'll move on to the GAP report and Harrison Ibach. Harrison.
Good morning. Harrison Ibach reading the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report on Groundfish Endangered Species Workgroup report. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received an update on this agenda item from Mr. Brian Hooper and offers the following comments. The GAP appreciates the work done by the Groundfish Endangered Species Workgroup, as well as collaborative approach and inclusion of a fishing industry representative in the discussions. That input is invaluable in consideration of impacts of the Groundfish Fisheries on Endangered Species Act, listed species, and on recommended management measures for mitigating those impacts. The GAP notes that in general, as highlighted by the GESW report, groundfish fisheries generally have minimal interactions with ESA-listed marine mammals, sea turtles, eulachon, green sturgeon, and seabirds. For many of these species, the rarity and uniqueness of interactions makes estimating impacts and developing mitigation measures challenging. With regard to eulachon, the GAP thinks the GESW is doing a good job trying to figure out how to sample catch in groundfish fisheries, as well as determining the appropriate reinitiation thresholds. This is a challenging process, and as noted above, the challenges are compounded by the extremely low numbers encountered in groundfish fisheries. With regard to humpback whales, the GAP supports the GESW recommendations for further exploration and development of tools to minimize overlap of whales and fishing activity, with the aim to ensure the continued economic viability of important West Coast fisheries. Finally, for short-tailed albatross, the GAP supports the GESW recommendation to explore ways to improve streamlines or gear configuration for the purposes of minimizing seabird interactions. The GAP believes industry should be involved in development and testing of new modified gear.
All right, thank you, Harrison. Questions on the GAP report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Harrison. I'll echo Lynn's compliment. Thank you for being part of this group, and thanks for being here today. The very last part on short-tailed albatross, the GAP believes industry should be involved in the development and testing of new and modified gear. Was there any larger discussion in the GAP of potential gear, or was that more just of a general statement of wanting to be involved?
Thank you for the question, to the Vice Chair. Thanks, Corey. We did not have a lot of further discussion amongst the GAP of what kind of improvements of gear configurations that may be taking place, but I can say on a personal note, separate note with Amanda Gladix, there are some other discussions that are taking place about what kind of other gear innovations can be done with floating long lines, for example, to maybe further minimize impacts with albatross. We're at the beginning stages of discussions, but those discussions are ongoing. We're going to be testing some gear types this summer.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Harrison, for the report. I just wanted to make more of a comment than a question, which is that I've been on the ESA work group since it began in, I think, 2015, and just the last few meetings that we've had the inclusion of industry representation has been hugely successful to the overall discussion. And so thank you for serving this last time, and Mr. Eder for the previous meeting. It was a good decision on this council's part to include industry, and it's been nothing but beneficial and successful. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. All right. Anyone else? Thanks, Harrison. All right. Public comment? No public comment. All right. We'll move you right along. That'll take to our council action, which is before us. And so with that, I'll open the floor for discussion. Keely Kent.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back to Ms. McKnight's question about humpbacks. Don't have any more information than Brian. We don't have a timeline at the moment, but just speaking to kind of some of what is going on right now. This new take in the hook and line fishery, that information came forward, with not a lot of lead time before the ESA work group. We didn't have a lot of time to evaluate that. That is why Brian explained that the information provided in the humpback report that did try to look at estimating take in those sectors is a bit of a misnomer because it includes bottom long line gear. And this new take, we need to be careful about confidentiality, but it's not bottom long line gear. It was not caught in a vertical hook or vertical line similar to pot gear. Is more of a monofilament braided line type fishery. And so that estimate in the report is much higher than we would expect. How you try to break out what the possible impact of, I think what we can all say is a bit of an amorphous sector, lots of different group gear types that are operating with those types of monofilament and heavier line. And so we're still working through some of that. And there was a really good discussion in the GAP that I was able to sit in on where they were discussing some of the this seems really like a fluke. And do we think that this may happen again? Was there something specific in this scenario that we need to dig into? So that's what's going on right now, evaluating the, why did this happen? This is a new type of thing. Would we expect this to happen again? So the agency is evaluating that, and we're working through that. Yeah, it's been really helpful to hear the industry discussions about it, and I think we'll continue to take that into account. When we have more information about a decision there, we would come back to the council. But at this time, I can't really recommend that. The work group would need to meet sooner. But we'll keep that in mind that, when there is a decision, that we'll want to make sure that we're utilizing, if we are reinitiating that, we utilize those pathways that have been really helpful in ESA consultations in the past.
Thank you, Keely. Yeah. Anyone else? Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't know that we actually need motions for this agenda item. It seems more recommendations. And this seems a little weird since I'm on the Endangered Species Work Group. So recommending work for myself, among others. We heard in the report, there was some discussion about the reevaluating how we figure the threshold for ULACON. I would recommend that this process continue to look into that, especially at the really high levels of ULACON that seem to be going on this year. I know the folks that collect the data that our threshold is based on are aware of the issues we're having and are trying to work through to collect that data for us as well. So that was just my first thought on a recommendation for the work group, is to continue to look at the ULACON bycatch level and how we calculate that against a threshold.
Thank you, Lynn. Heather?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. This is, I really appreciate the information that we get from these work group updates every couple of years. And this goes back to the recommendation from the work group and question to the council about how we keep apprised of things that are going on, particularly for humpback whales and the stock structure changes, that have been made, population estimates of subgroups and all of that. And how does that look? And I was just offering a suggestion that, maybe to keep that information coming through the NIMS reports more regularly than just we hear from the work group would be really helpful. I also wanted to add a comment about this encouragement of tools that would help understand the risk and the overlap of the humpback whales and the fixed gear fisheries or pot fisheries. That's something that we, through the state of Washington, worked with the Science Center, helping us understand that overlap for the Dungeness crab fishery. And so just also support that effort. It's incredibly valuable as we try to make sure our risk reduction measures are effective, and understanding where that overlap occurs is kind of key to that. So offer that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I support both of the comments made by Ms. Hall and Ms. Mattis, and would just note that in past, I think that NIMS has done a very good job of bringing anything that is outside of a standard work group meeting for streamer lines, things like that, have integrated that back into the council process as needed. And so I would expect that would to continue because it's been a very successful model. And some of these are obviously crossovering right in front of our face here as there's recommendations for line marking that we've just picked up earlier this week. And so I think the connectivity between them is working and we expect that to continue as well. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Caroline. Anyone else? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The final paragraph in the GAP report, is reflecting that industry should be involved in the development and testing of new modified gear. I think that's a really important component, and it's been recognized by several around the table here that industry and involvement with Harrison and Bob Etter as well, has been very, very positive and useful in developing any of these mitigation measures, whether they be short-tail albatross or humpback or line marking or any of those type of things. But I think to me, it magnifies the importance of including industry in these conversations, because the invaluable information we gain from people who are out there day to day using these different gears and what might be effective is a real important component of this. A lot of the ideas that are generated without their input is sometimes without that experience leads us in a bad direction. Or could do that. So I think it's important to understand we're all on the same team here. We all have the same interests, and industry has a really important role in this. And I'm not saying it isn't there now, but I think it's important to keep it in the spotlight and using all the tools to deal with the problems that exist and will come in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay. Corey Writings.
I was going to move on to item number 2 on the list in front of us. I don't know if Ms. Writings is still on number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Lynn. I was just going to echo Bob and support innovation around gear configuration and industry participation. I think it's really important, especially as I'm thinking about the short-tailed albatross. Also note just my support for the work group recommendation around leatherback sea turtles to continue to see how the council can explore ways to support recovery at the RFMOs. So.
Thanks, Corey. All right.
Thank you. Trying to follow our council action list. On item number 2, identify measures to be considered as part of the next specs process or other processes as appropriate. I think we're already starting to address the gear marking and entanglement risk under the LEFG actions we took yesterday. I think there's going to continue to be ongoing work on possible innovation in the streamer lines work. I haven't checked with Ms. McKnight or Ms. Hall yet, but to my racking my brain, I haven't come up with anything that I have identified as something that should be part of our new management measures for the 25-26 specs process. So I think we've got things going in other venues. I just don't see anything right now that should be added to specs. But if Ms. Kent or others have other ideas, welcome to address those.
Okay. Thanks, Lynn. All right. I'll see other hands. We've had good discussion. Todd, how are we doing?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, I believe that you have obviously heard from Mr. Hooper regarding the work group report. The council has given some guidance to the agency regarding the future of this particular work group, as well as other considerations. No conservation measures were identified as part of this agenda item. However, it was noted that continuing work on gear marking and entanglement is going to go ongoing under the different agenda item. I would say that you're accomplished your mission here.
All right. Well, thank you, Todd, and thanks, everyone. Yep, good job. And with that, I am going to hand the gavel back to Chair Grolnick, and we'll take it away from here.
All right. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Pencher. Good work by the council. Before we move on to our next agenda item, which is HARC specs, we will take a break. Why don't we be back here at 9:35?
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, if folks could make their way back to their seats so we can get started on our next agenda item. Alrighty. So we are on agenda item H7, and Todd and Marlene are in the staff chairs, and I will turn to one or both of them for an overview.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be handling the overview. So as you noted, we're at agenda item H7, we call it a kickoff meeting for our 2025-2026 harvest specifications and management measures. So under this particular agenda item, the council is scheduled to adopt a scheduled process and schedule that governs the development of the harvest specifications and related management measures for implementation by January 1st, 2025. This particular process details very important sequential decision-making steps that are necessary to ensure that implementation occurs on, again, that January 1st deadline. There's 4 key areas here that the council may wish to consider as we talk about the schedule, is that in terms of key deadlines, both stock assessments, we will need to have all assessments adopted at before or at the November 2023 meeting. And that is also in line with the harvest specifications, noting that for those specifications where the default harvest control rule will not have any alternatives, we will need to adopt those values formally by November 2023. And then for those species and assessments that the council may consider alternative harvest controls rules for, we will need to know those preliminary information by November so that we can go into the management measures process over winter with the GMT. In November, the council should consider the first time we'll have the ability to consider the EFPs and then make final recommendations to NIMS in June 2024. Excuse me. And then we come to management measures. So there are essentially two types of management measures for the council to consider. So the routine adjustments. So these are management measures that have been addressed or analyzed previously. Those selection of preliminary preferred alternatives will occur in April of 2024, and then selection of final preferred in June 2024. The council has in the past considered new management measures. So these are measures that have not been analyzed or implemented in the past. And the council should really carefully consider how inclusion of new management measures into the process could impact implementation deadlines. And with that, the other things that I would draw your attention to are in the attachment 1. In attachment 1, there are several new, lines of text where we have pretty much stated that the stock assessments that were just defined and those that were defined from 2021 is that these harvest specifications will need to be provided at that same scale. So for example, copper rockfish, we would have a harvest specification for California and a harvest specification for the combined Oregon and Washington stock. The other issue at hand is that the council should give consideration to the fact that it very likely looks like we're going to have to do a quillback rebuilding plan. And so we will need a quillback rebuilding analysis by September-ish. I say ish because the GMT will need to review that information at their October meeting. Other issues that I would bring to the council's attention are in attachment 2. So this is the prioritized groundfish management measures. So these are items that the council has already scheduled for development. These are measures that we, staff, and others are working on presently. They were not, this attachment I understand had provided some confusion. They are not necessarily those items that would be included into the specs process, but just an informational for the council to consider. With that, I would turn back to you saying that there is an SSC statement and a GMT statement on this particular agenda item. Your council action is to adopt a schedule and process governing the development of the 2025-2026 groundfish harvest specifications and management measures, and then provide initial guidance on any biennial management measures that should be considered when the council adopts management measure alternatives in November of this year. That concludes my overview. I'd look to my partner in crime here and see if she has anything to add. I would recommend then we move directly into the statements.
All right, thank you very much, Todd and Marlene. Are there any questions on the overview? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so we will commence with the report. And the first report is from the SSC, and I understand that Dr. John Budrick is remote, and or Dr. Dan Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Dan Holland, Chair of the SSC. I'll be reading the statement. Agenda item H7A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, SSC Committee Report on 2025-2026 Harvest Specifications and Management Measures Planning. The SSC discussed the proposed process and timeline for the 2025-2026 harvest specifications and management measures and has the following comments. The SSC suggests that the council request an updated rebuilding analysis for quillback rockfish off California, assuming that that area is designated as a stock at this meeting, to be reviewed and endorsed in time for the November council meeting. Materials from the third STAR panel will be provided as supplemental rather than in time for the advanced briefing book on August 9th, 2023. And that concludes our short statement. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Dan. Are there any questions on the SSC report? Thank you very much. Wait, I'm sorry. Carolyn McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick thank you to the SSC for flagging the need to request the rebuilding plan for quillback be updated and noting that was in both this report and under the stock definition agenda item. I just appreciate the communication and making sure we're not missing anything. So thank you for including that.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions or comments on the report? All right, thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
And we have a groundfish management team report, Dr. Kate Richardson. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Gorelnik and members of the council. For the record, my name is Kate Richardson, and I will be reading from agenda item H7A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, Groundfish Management Team Report on Biennial Harvest Specifications and Management Measures Process for 2025-2026 fisheries. The Groundfish Management Team received a briefing from Mr. Todd Phillips of Pacific Fishery Management Council staff, reviewed the proposed schedule in agenda item H7 attachment 1 and offers the following comments. Regarding the schedule, upon review of attachment 1, the GMT supports and recommends the council adopt the schedule as drafted. The GMT advises the council to adhere to the proposed schedule in attachment 1 for successful implementation of regulations by January 1st, 2025. Further detail on the rationale behind the scheduling can be found in agenda item G6A, Supplemental GMT Report 1 from June 2021. Regarding management measures, based on guidance from the National Marine Fisheries Service, the GMT understands that the biennial process should focus on routine management measures that are necessary for the implementation of harvest specifications, for example, commercial trip limits, bag limits, and minor adjustments to the rockfish conservation areas, et cetera. The GMT notes that attachment 2 describes groundfish measures currently prioritized for work by the council, but taken up outside of the biennial process. The recent and significant loss of institutional knowledge on the GMT will likely impact the team's capacity to contribute to the list of actions in attachment 2 in conjunction with any new management measures that may be added to the 2025-2026 harvest specifications package. As NIMS has stated in advisory body discussions and on the council floor, new management measures, i.e. those that have not been analyzed in the past, have the potential to delay the implementation of harvest specifications and other concurrent agenda items. The harvest specifications rulemaking is a large regulatory package that moves on a uniquely truncated timeline, i.e. 6 months. As a result, analysis of new management measures would be limited to November through February analysis timeline, and consequently, issues may be overlooked and implementation may present challenges. Additionally, the workload and new management measures prioritization exercise is designed to remind the council of how agenda items interact and is intended to prevent items from superseding other items. Based on this, the GMT suggests avoiding the addition of new management measures in the 2025-2026 harvest specifications process. The proposed schedule for the 2025-2026 harvest specifications and management measures process calls for the council to adopt a preliminary range of proposed management measures for the inclusion in the biennial process at the September 2023 meeting. We will provide information on potential management measures that we have identified or have been informed of at that meeting. Regarding a potential draft rebuilding analysis, the GMT will work with the appropriate stock assessment team to provide catch streams as needed for any potential draft rebuilding analysis. That concludes my statement, and I will be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you for the report. Let me turn to see if there are any questions on the GMT report. Thank you very much. That concludes reports. We have no public comment. So that takes us to our council action here, which will be up on the screen. And I will look for someone to get us started. Please. Caroline McKnight, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the briefing, Mr. Phillips. I do have a question for you on the attachment 1, the very nice schedule that's laid out meeting by meeting. For clarification purposes, I do want to just make sure I'm interpreting the September council meeting list correctly, which is on, I think, page 2 of the document. It says, number 4 says a preliminary range of new management measures need to be brought forward in September. That means, and I do not see that listed under the November council meeting on the next page, except as it's now referenced as an ROA. For clarity, I just want to make sure that whether they're routine or new management measures, September is the meeting when they need to be brought forward. And that by November, that list is then set. And is there any opportunity for additional routine or new to come forward in November? What I'm getting at is September the one and only opportunity to make sure it's on the list, because November's almost too late. And that's always been my understanding of the process, but I just want to make sure for clarity and transparency in this document that is, I'm interpreting it correctly. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Ms. McKnight. Yes, you are clear. Well, you were clear. I guess the table, of course, is not. But yes, in September is when we want to hear all the management measures, or at least as much as we can possibly have put out, so that the GMT can understand what's and the public can understand what might be coming. And in November, if new management measures or new routine measure or adjustments to routine measures that were not considered in September, they could be put forth in November for overwinter analysis.
Keely Kent.
Thank you. I will perhaps take that as a lead in to discuss some general remarks on new management measures and our longstanding stance on that. I think, as this is the beginning of the specifications process, I think council staff have done an excellent job of kind of reminding the council and the public about the overall arc of what we're trying to do with this agenda item. We always have this action going, and I think folks see this as an opportunity to get things done. And then what has happened is that things that really are not germane to harvest specifications are added in because there's a vehicle in front of us. That continues every biennium to be problematic for us. And we really would like to continue to remind folks that we really need to keep this package narrow. As the GMT has said and council staff had said, the rulemaking process for this is we really don't do rulemaking packages on that timeline because it is nearly infeasible. And we are calling in favors every other year to try to make this happen. I'm pulling staff off of the other things that they're working on to get this over the line. This biennium, we saw the things that normally would say, sure, throw those in, the lat long changes. That was what held it up this year. It wasn't even the things that require a big analytical lift. We lost 3 weeks, and I can tell you that we were in a panic that we were going to miss January 1. So, as we go through this process, I just want to remind folks that I'm hopeful that the other things that the council wants, that the public wants, we can take up in other rulemaking packages, and that we can keep this package light and try to do what we definitely need to do, but keep working on those other things outside of this package that will help us with the work that we need to do to manage this fishery. I think, we'll continue to have that conversation as this action develops, but just want to put that back out there that, this has always been our stance, and it's become, more important over the years as it does take longer to go through the rulemaking process. And we really feel the need to make sure that we're going to meet January 1 every time. So I'll leave it at that, but had to bring it up.
Thank you, Keely. Lynn Metis.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. I think we do need to also acknowledge not just the NIMS timeline and workload, but what the GMT pointed out. There has been a great deal of turnover. I do think my name tag should be changed to say institutional knowledge instead of Lynn. But they have had a great deal of turnover, and there are a lot of new members on the team who haven't been through this process. So we do need to keep that in mind. I also encourage the team, council, and NIPS staff to maybe reach out to some of us that have moved into slightly different positions. I think we can still be a resource with maybe not the policy or the recommendations pieces, but I think there's a number of us who are still around in the process who can help with making sure the pieces are there and the tables that are needed, et cetera. Just don't limit yourselves to the team. There's others out here who are willing to help, I believe.
Thank you. Lynn Metis.
I don't see any other hands going up, so I do have a motion ready if we're at that point.
I think that a motion would be terrific.
Thank you to Sandra and the IT staff. I move the council adopt the proposed schedule and process for developing the 25-26 harvest specifications and management measures as shown in agenda item H7, attachment 1, June 2023, and request an updated rebuilding analysis for quillback rockfish off California to be reviewed and endorsed in time for the November council meeting.
All right, is the language on the screen complete and accurate?
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you.
All right, look for a second. Okay, seconded by Caroline McKnight. Please speak to your motion.
As Todd and Keely have mentioned, this is the same schedule and process that we've used the last couple of biennial cycles. It is a little front-loaded compared to what we did when I first started on the GMT. but adhering to the schedule provides the best potential for having regulations in place by January 1, 2025. Missing or delaying a benchmark or a deadline in that schedule could have cascading impact on following deadlines. As an example, if the harvest specification piece gets delayed past November, then the GMT is unable to do their overwinter analysis. And as Keely has just mentioned, this also depends on limiting the number of new management measures to those that are necessary to implement the harvest specifications. These are things like adjusting recreational bag limits, trip limit changes, minor changes to the RCAs, et cetera. And then based on the adoption of the stock definition for quillback rockfish off California earlier this week, I think that was just yesterday, an updated rebuilding analysis needs to be conducted to inform the 25-26 harvest specifications. And this is just requesting that that occur. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Lynn. Any questions for the maker of the motion? Discussion on the motion? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks, Lynn, for the motion. I just wanted to acknowledge some of the things you said about the changes in the GMT and how much we lean on them for information regarding the specs process and how, from my perspective, how hard it was to get my arms around this, being, not as engaged as that coming into the process a few years ago. And I really do appreciate the fact that their guidance has been so important and so clear over time and got more clear through some of the procedures the GMT has adopted, like the PowerPoint presentation that we get at the end and how that really has streamlined it for us, at least my thinking. But I also want to recognize that the point that you made, that we do have quite a bit of knowledge around the table now that we've always kind of had, but we more intensely now, particularly with Ms. Mattis and Ms. McKnight on the council sitting around the table and others. There's a bunch of others that came through the GMT, but I think we have the ability now to get input as a team around the table as well to help us through this process. And I do expect it to be a big workload for the GMT, but I also expect that we can make it through this and it'll be a good process. So I support the motion. I think it's a good start, and thank you.
All right, thank you, Bob. Any further discussion on this motion? All right, not seeing any hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for the motion. Before I turn back to the staff, let me look around the table and see if there are any other items the council wishes to take up. Keely Kent.
Thank you. I did want to bring up, I appreciate the motion from Ms. Mattis, and I think that addressed the quillback issue, but there are a few other outstanding issues that dovetail into our stock definitions process, and I want to make sure we get those requests out early in this process. I think we're still in a bit of new territory with our newly defined stocks that we're going to work through, and this issue with having stocks that have multiple assessments, and that raises some questions. The stocks that are being assessed in 2023, that will be brought up as part of the review of those, but the stocks that the council recently made recommendations on stock boundaries for that were assessed in 2021. We see a need to make sure that new packaging happens appropriately and comes early into this process. There's, I think, two different asks. One is the packaging to make sure that we have the information at the stock level. We've had some conversations with our stock assessors about that, but I do want to make sure that it's on the record that we'll look for that information. But then the secondary part is that while we have some, presumptive new stocks that have multiple assessments, we think there still is value in understanding perhaps some of those differences in biomass and area, particularly when assessments within the same stock may show very different levels of biomass for particular areas. I think this council has demonstrated that they are interested in that information. The SSC has recommended in the past spec cycle that the council take management measures that address that difference in biomass. But we need that information to be able to come forward to inform any discussion on ACTs or tailored management measures by area within a stock. And so I think this is still a bit of a, how do we do this? But I do want to put that out there that I think we will need to figure out how to bring that information forward. It's not the same as a decision table because it's not a stock, but that information is valuable in the process. And so I think we will be continuing that conversation with the science centers. And to the extent, there are specific asks from the council, we certainly would like to get those early in the process so that we can make sure that all of the information that we need is present on the table for all of the work that we will need to do.
Great. Thank you, Keely, for pointing that out, that restructuring of some of the stock definitions is going to create some additional workload, but we knew that when we adopted them. So, but it's something to keep in mind. Caroline?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Keely. I appreciate the discussion. I think it is hugely important to acknowledge that now at this meeting as we move into this schedule, both not only just for the timeline benchmarks that are just very important to make sure we get a package done on January 1, but also the transparency for the public as we move into star panels and they may see a decision table for one stock, that then supplemental information may be coming later that would suggest maybe different types of key or tailored management measures to address areas that could be depleted on different levels. So I think the transparency there is very important. And I anticipate hearing more about this potentially maybe in August or at least by September would be a good benchmark timeline. Sound in the ballpark? Great. Thank you very much.
All right. Anything further from the council on this agenda item? I'll turn back to our staff officers and see how we're doing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The council has adopted the schedule and process for the 2025-26 groundfish harvest specifications. You've provided some initial guidance regarding management measures, as well as the indication, as Ms. Kent described here, that we will need to provide information at the specific stock level that was defined under H3, as well as provide for the council some sort of adjunct decision table, I'll call it, where we understand the contributions to the ACLs, the potential sub ACLs, or anyway. One that was, I'm sorry, I'm blanking. The other issue that I would say that I will do for the council is that I will revise the schedule as necessary and bring it back to the council. And I will also revise it to its clarity as Ms. McKnight acknowledged with the management measures. With that, I'd say you've completed your action, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Well, good job by the council. The good news is we're ahead of schedule, and the bad news is that we're not quite ready for the next agenda item. But so we're going to take a further break here. 20 minutes, do you believe, Mr. Bird?
20 be fine.
20 be fine. So why don't we plan on being back here at 10:25, and hopefully we'll be ready to take up in season.
Recording stopped.
All right, we're going to get started here in a minute or so. So last chance to grab your coffee.
Recording in progress.
All right, welcome back. And we're on in-season management final action. I'll turn to Staff Officer Todd Phillips for an overview.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this is in-season adjustments, agenda item H8. So as per usual, under this agenda item, the council will consider adjusting groundfish management measures to attain but not exceed the annual catch limits. And the most recent groundfish landing data there are available at that particular website, but the GMT has provided a lot of that information in their report. Looking into your reference materials, you have two supplemental California Department of Fish and Wildlife reports, a supplemental GMT report and a supplemental GAP report. And your action, per usual, is to adopt 2023 in-season adjustments as necessary. It's a very brief overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions on the overview? All right, not seeing any hands, so we will get started with the reports. I will first turn to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be speaking to Supplemental CDFW Report 1. This is the first update of any substance with regard to our in-season catches for commercial and recreational groundfish fisheries in 2023. Beginning with the recreational fishery, the season opened April 1 in the southern management area at all depths, and May 1 in the central management area at all depths. And then on May 15th in the San Francisco area, the fishery opened to offshore only activity deeper than 50 fathoms. The same for the Mendocino and the Mendocino area. And then in the northern area, the fishery opened at all depths on May 15th. The mortality information we're presenting today is current through June 11th, 2023. Anecdotal information from CDFW field staff, conversations with anglers, and news media reports indicate significant utilization of the offshore fishing opportunities offered this year, with many anglers choosing to fish in deeper offshore areas, even in those management areas with all depth opportunities. Port areas where the 50-fathom rockfish conservation area line is closer to port, such as the Monterey area, is seeing higher rates of anglers choosing actually to fish in those deeper waters, even if they have the choice of fishing closer to shore. So it appears the intended goal of the all-depth fishery, which was to spread out angler efforts so groundfish anglers do not solely focus on the nearshore areas, may be having the desired effect on angler behavior. Additionally, some recreational anglers are targeting and retaining other groundfish species which have not historically been focal points, such as petrale sole and sablefish. The lack of a salmon season this year may also be generating more interest in other targets such as California halibut, groundfish, and Pacific halibut. However, the weather in the first part of the season has been rough, limiting overall fishing effort. So going to our scorecard, as we might call it, copper rockfish remains in the minor nearshore rockfish complex north and south of 4010 with a shared commercial and recreational species-specific ACT.
It's 6.9 tons for the northern part of the state between the Oregon-California border and the 4010 line. And then for the area from the 4010 line south to the US-Mexico border, that ACT is 84.6 metric tons. So our overall best estimate of mortality for copper rockfish against these ACTs that are effective in the 2023 specifications and management measures is that we are looking at totals of 0.43 metric tons for the north and 9.45 metric tons for the south. So those numbers and the respective areas that the catch came from are shown in tables 1 and 2. And just a reminder that the way CDFW produces its catch estimates, we have about a 6-week lag between the end of the month and when an actual estimate of catch is completed. So we use our anticipated catch value process looking at the raw data from our samplers, the intercept forms, to tally up the catches that have been reported before we're able to make a monthly estimate through our SURFs program. So you see in the northern area for copper rockfish, so far it's 0 for the estimates and a little bit in the form of anticipated catch values in the months of May and then early June. Moving to table 2, this is the area south of 4010. We have SURFs estimates now for the months of January through April. And then we're still using ACVs for the months of May and June. But you can see here the catch accrued to date is 9.45 tons. That's our best estimate. 4 tons from the south, a little bit from, well, what we can't tell you is where that catch in the ACV form is coming from, the proportion of the estimated total there in the rows for May and June. We're not sure geographically where that will come out when the estimates are finalized, but this just gives you a feel for where the catch is occurring for the months that we have surface estimates available. Turning to quillback rockfish, we have an ACT of 0.87 for the north and 0.89 metric tons for the south. Looking at table 3, we're doing just fine. In total, we've got 0.27 accrued against that number of 0.87. Turning to table 4 for the south, we're also doing just fine. We have 0.19 tons against the ACT of 0.89. So things look fine for copper and quillback, our 2 new constraints for 2023. This is good news. Turning to yellow eye, which is our 1 remaining rebuilding rockfish species off of California. We have a harvest guideline of 15.3 tons and an ACT of 12 tons. Through June 11, we're projecting 1.63 metric tons of yellow eye has occurred. We've seen some improvement in the weather recently, and more offshore recreational fishing opportunity has opened up in the more northerly part of the state. We've seen some increase in the number of yellow eye rockfish that are being reported by anglers as released. As we developed our specifications for 23-24, you might remember that we did anticipate that we might see more yellow eye if we open those deeper waters, both for all depth seasons or for offshore only seasons. But we are continuing to track the yellow eye numbers closely, and we'll continue to report out through the in-season reporting process. We did see a spike from the area around Rittenberg Bank, which is about 14 miles north of the Farallones. when the San Francisco management area opens on July 16th to the all-depth fishing season, which will open the nearshore areas in addition to the areas that are open offshore right now. We're expecting less effort around this Rittenberg Bank area because it's about 30 miles from port. So we expect that anglers are likely going to want to fish closer to home. But we will continue to closely monitor the catch and the angler reports and effort from this location. For the commercial fishery, copper rockfish, landings totals to date in the north for copper rockfish, 0.1 metric ton and 0.8 metric tons for the south. Again, we're tracking well and well within our ACT values for copper, and that the landings in 2023 appear to be performing similar to 2022. Again, suggesting this year that the sub-trip limits are effectively minimizing the harvest in the commercial fishery. As for quillback, we have accrued to date 0.1 metric tons between 42 and 4010, and 0.2 tons for south of 4010. And again, here with quillback, we are within our area-specific ACT values, and catches are tracking similar to 2022. So just to walk you through the Appendix 1 document that is shown in tables 5, 6, and 7. These are the totals by sector and by month for 2023 to date. So what you see in table 5 are the SURFs estimates that are now available through the month of April. So you can see the accruals in the recreational fishery. Nothing really noteworthy here other than what I've outlined regarding copper and quillback and yellow eye. Things look good. We're on track. Nothing is tracking unusually high. Turning to table 6, these are our commercial landings that are available through the month of May for all the species and species groups. And then when you roll it all up, the information summed up together is presented in table 7. So you have the reference point, the recreational mortality, and the commercial landings, and how we're doing relative to the tracking limit. So again, nothing here that's particularly noteworthy or stands out. And on this basis, we are not recommending any in-season actions for these particular fisheries at this time. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Marcy. Any questions on the CDFW report? I'm not seeing any hands. Would you care to move on to report number 2?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. With that, I'd like to bring one of our newer staff members to the table. I'd like to introduce you to Thompson Benez. He's a new environmental scientist with the Groundfish Project. He's been with us now close to a year and has been with the department a few years before that. And so this is his first time in the GMT environment, and he's substituting this meeting for Mel Mandrip. So I'd like to welcome him to the table. Thanks, Thompson.
Welcome.
Thanks, Marcy, for that introduction. Again, for the record, my name is Thompson Benez with the CDFW, and I'll be reading the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Report 2 on Boccaccio trip limit request south of 4010. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife received a request from industry to adjust the Boccaccio trip limits for open access fisheries south of 4010. The request was to increase the trip limits from 4,000 pounds per period to 6,000 pounds per period, which would match the OA chili pepper rockfish, a co-occurring species trip limit from 4010 to 3427. This request is due to a concern that the Boccaccio trip limit may prevent participants from obtaining their chili pepper rockfish trip limit. Table 1 provides estimated 2023 impacts from two Boccaccio trip limit options where changes are applied to periods 4 through 6. Option 1 increases the projected landings by 3.4 metric tons for limited entry and 10 metric tons for open access. The estimated total mortality from the requested increase would be approximately 19% of the non-trawl commercial share. The average price per pound of Boccaccio rockfish caught in the non-trawl commercial fishery south of 4010 in 2022 was approximately $1.84. Therefore, under the requested adjustment, the projected ex-vessel revenue increase is $18,519 for a limited entry and $40,565 for open access. The requested trip limit adjustment may help increase the attainment of both chili pepper and Boccaccio rockfishes while reducing regulatory discard of Boccaccio rockfish south of 4010. CDFW recommends the council select option 1, increase Boccaccio rockfish trip limit south of 4010 for periods 4 through 6 in both limited entry and OA sectors. For scrolling down, I can walk you through table 1. First, we have the no action where the current trip limits again are 6,000 per period for LE and 4,000 for OA, which to give you a total estimated mortality of 51.6 metric tons, and that would be 15% of the estimated 2023 non-trawl commercial share south of 4010. Option 2 would bump up both LE and OA 2,000 pounds for a total of 65 metric ton projection, and that would be 19% of the 2023 non-trawl commercial share south of 4010. And I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much for that report. Let me see if there are any questions on the report. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Thompson. Good to see you at the table. Given sort of the late breakingness of this, I was wondering if you could outline for the council if there are any conservation impacts associated with potentially making some changes to these limits. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. And Marcy can correct me if I'm wrong, but because we're still obtaining, only 19% of the commercial non-trawl allocation south of 4010, and then when you're looking at other species that are most associated with chili, shipping up here with Boccaccio, such as chili or widow, we really aren't seeing a projected increase of those species.
Keely Kent.
Thank you. Welcome, Thompson. I have a question that I think you can answer. If not, we'll punt that to Marcy. Since the CDFNW report is before the GMT report, just kind of walking the line between those reports. My understanding from some of the side conversations is that the new information that CDFNW is bringing forward with this request is that the Boccaccio, that there are some fishermen that have been hitting the limit and they are discarding. And so that information doesn't show up in terms of landings. And so perhaps a difference in the analysis that the GMT looked at when they concluded there was no new information, but CDFNW is bringing that forward. Is that your understanding that there's been some discarding and that there are some fishermen that are experiencing that, hitting that trip limit, and that's perhaps a reason to the new information that is bringing this request forward?
Sure. Thank you for your question. I was a part of both analyses. And to be clear, 3 vessels south of 4010 are attaining 80% of their quota of Boccaccio, but none have exceeded their trip limits.
Further questions? Lynn Metis.
Yeah. I'd also like to express welcome. And this may not be a fair question, but it's sort of in line with, or a fair question for you, but it's sort of in line with what Keely was getting at. When the GMT and GAP reports posted last night, they both said that these trip limits didn't appear to be needed. And I'm just wondering what changed between 4 o'clock yesterday and the scramble here this morning. Don't take that as me not being supportive of this. I'm just trying to understand what changed between what the GAP and the GMT concluded and what CDFW is now bringing forward.
Marcy Ramko.
if I may, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lynn. So what transpired between last night and this afternoon? So the GMT's analysis took a look at fish tickets and determined that not many vessels were highly attaining the trip limit that currently is in place now. However, you'll hear in the GAP report that oftentimes the ratio of catch between chili pepper and Boccaccio on a particular trip can be around 1-to-1. I received a request earlier this year from a particular participant in the fishery indicating that he had both interest in taking additional Boccaccio and had the market to support it. Right now, because chili pepper is at a higher trip limit level than what Boccaccio is, if you're fishing and catching fish in that 1-to-1 ratio, you're going to wind up needing to discard Boccaccio. And while we don't see anything above 80% attainment on the fish tickets, I would note, looking at the GMT's statement here, that they didn't see any total landings in excess of the trip limit. I would sure hope not. That would be a violation as I understand it. So, like I say, I did receive a request myself that there was interest in retaining additional Boccaccio, and we're clearly well under the allowable limits for the species. And it did make sense in light of the limits that we have for chili pepper. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the further clarification.
Further questions on report 2? Thank you very much. We will now move on to the GMT report, and I believe that Whitney.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the council. My name is Whitney Roberts, and I will be reading agenda item H8, Supplemental GMT Report 1, Groundfish Management Team Report on In-Season Adjustments. The Groundfish Management Team discussed the current status of groundfish fisheries and the need for any in-season adjustments during the June 2023 Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting. Below, the GMT details 2 action items that have been brought to the GMT for council consideration. The GMT also provides a status report of the 2023 at-sea set-aside attainments, noting that one set-aside dark blotch rockfish has already been exceeded. The requested Pacific spiny dogfish scorecard is below, along with all other scorecards typically provided. Under action items, the GMT investigated whether sablefish trip limits should be adjusted and concluded that changes are not warranted for any of the sectors based on 2023 participation and trip limit increases implemented for the 2023-24 biennium. Regarding Boccaccio trip limits south of 4010 north latitude, the GMT received a request from the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel to adjust Boccaccio trip limits south of 4010 to be equal to the limits for chili pepper rockfish from 4010 degrees north latitude to 34 degrees 27 north latitude, particularly for open access, and therefore limit potential regulatory discards of Boccaccio rockfish. The 2023-24 harvest specifications rulemaking allows certain open access gear types to access the non-trawl rockfish conservation area, and therefore there is potential for increased landings of shelf stocks as fishermen gain more areas to target healthy shelf stocks. So far this year, Boccaccio trip limits are not highly attained by most of the fleet. 3 of the 78 vessels that landed Boccaccio rockfish in the open access fishery south of 4010 landed more than 80% of their trip limit in any one period. None of the vessels have exceeded their trip limit thus far in 2023. Therefore, the GMT has not identified new information and an immediate need from the fishery that would warrant waiving notice and comment at this time. The GMT will continue to monitor landings and how they compare to trip limits to inform potential in-season trip limit changes for either management area in the future. With regard to lingcod size limits south of 42 degrees north latitude, the GMT received a request to lower the minimum lingcod size limit for commercial fisheries south of 42 from 24 inches to 22 inches to allow retention of slightly smaller fish and reduce discards. Based on GMT communication with industry, constraints from copper and quillback rockfishes off California are leading to nearshore participants seeking more opportunity to sell into the live fish market, which prefers fish smaller than the current commercial limit of 24 inches. The current minimum size limit is 22 inches for commercial fisheries north of 42 and for recreational fisheries coastwide. The limit of 24 inches for commercial fisheries south of 42 has been in place since 1998 and is eligible for routine in-season action. If the council takes in-season action, the adjusted lingcod size limit, in other words, 22 inches, would remain in place until or unless the council took subsequent action. The GMT does not anticipate that lowering the lingcod size limit to 22 inches would put the annual catch limit for lingcod south of 4010 at risk of being exceeded. ACL attainment has been below 40% since 2017, as shown in Table 1, and the model used to project biennial management measure impacts assumes full ACL attainment, meaning any additional mortality impacts from this in-season action are within the scope of the 2023-24 harvest specifications and management measures analysis. However, the only expected impacts to lingcod with this change are that vessels are likely to decrease regulatory discarding practices. The current discard mortality rates for lingcod are 7% using fixed gear and 50% using trawl gear. Roughly 70 to 90% of lingcod south of 4010 mortality is attributed to the California recreational fleet, also as shown in Table 1, for which the size limit is already 22 inches, so impacts from this action are expected to be minimal. The GMT recommends the council select option 1, which lowers the minimum lingcod size limit to 22 inches for commercial fisheries south of 42. This action would align lingcod size limits coastwide and across sectors, thereby reducing regulatory and enforcement complexity. Moving on to informational items. With regard to at-sea set-asides, at-sea set-asides are a deduction of the trawl allocation to account for expected mortality in the at-sea sectors. The remainder of the trawl allocation is allocated to the shore-based individual fishing quota program. 50 CFR 660.150 states that at-sea set-asides of non-whiting groundfish species will be managed on an annual basis unless there is a risk of a harvest specification being exceeded, unforeseen impact on other fisheries, or conservation concerns, in which case in-season action may be taken. Set-asides may be adjusted through the biennial specifications and management measures process as necessary. Due to fishing operations somewhat unique to the at-sea sectors, a large amount of bycatch can be taken in a single haul. Set-asides provide the flexibility to account for the challenge of avoiding large bycatch events while setting aside an amount of expected mortality for accounting purposes. The GMT does not think any of the criteria listed in 50 CFR 660.150 for in-season action are currently met. The risk of a harvest specification being exceeded specific to ACLs is discussed further in the following paragraphs. If the trawl allocation is projected to be exceeded, fishery or sector closures, area restrictions, or other management measures may be used in season, potentially impacting all sectors within the trawl fishery. But the GMT does not see a need for that at this time. There are currently no conservation concerns for any of the stocks with at-sea set-asides. The GMT provides an at-sea set-aside scorecard in Table 7 of the appendix. The set-aside for dark blotch rockfish has been exceeded as of June 15th, 2023 at 102%. The set-aside attainments for yellowtail rockfish north of 4010, sablefish north of 36, and canary rockfish are tracking higher by June 15th than they were by that date in 2022 and 2021, with the exception of 2022 sablefish, and have the potential to be exceeded by the end of the fishing season. Regarding catch and other fisheries, 2023 landings with stocks with at-sea set-asides are tracking higher in the shoreside whiting sector than the last 2 years, but lower in the remaining IFQ vessels, as well as the non-trawl fisheries. However, trends in these other fisheries could change based on future changes to fishing behavior, management measures, market demands, population changes, or other factors. If an at-sea set-aside is exceeded for a high ACL attainment stock, such as widow rockfish, the ACL could be at risk of being exceeded. Widow rockfish ACL attainment through June 15, 2023 is tracking notably higher than that of 2022 and 2021, and 42% of the set-aside has been attained. The GMT will continue to monitor all stocks with at-sea set-asides and trends in other fisheries against ACL attainment and will notify the council if an ACL or allocation appears to be at risk. With the Chinook salmon scorecard, Table 3 shows Chinook salmon bycatch from groundfish fisheries as of June 24, 2023. The whiting sector has caught 3,073 Chinook salmon, or 28% of the sector's 11,000 Chinook salmon threshold. The non-whiting sector has caught 789 Chinook salmon, or 14% of the sector's 5,500 Chinook salmon threshold. Combined, both sectors have caught 3,862 Chinook salmon, or 19% of the total 20,000 threshold. In the trawl gear exempted fishing permit, 51 Chinook salmon have been retained and 76 Chinook salmon have been discarded as of June 22, 2023. National Marine Fisheries Service will provide a full report on the Chinook salmon numbers from the trawl gear EFP at the April and November meetings. Moving on to short belly rockfish. To help track short belly rockfish throughout the season, Table 4 provides the estimated mortality by each sector. And as you can see in Table 4, the total mortality to date of an estimate is 66.6 metric tons, and the threshold is 2,000 metric tons. Pacific spiny dogfish. As a result of declining ACLs and recent high bycatch of Pacific spiny dogfish in the trawl sectors, the council asked the GMT to include a Pacific spiny dogfish scorecard in our in-season statements to track the stock more closely. Pacific spiny dogfish is largely discarded, and as discussed in our June 2022 analysis, an accurate in-season estimate of total catches is only available for the at-sea whiting sectors. Estimated mortality reported in Table 5 represents actual landings to date, added to a recent 3-year average estimate of year-end discard mortality. Table 5 estimates that 423.1 metric tons of Pacific spiny dogfish have been taken as of June 15, 2023. And the ACL for reference is 1,456 metric tons. Rebuilding species scorecard. Table 6 shows yellow eye rockfish projections from groundfish fisheries as of June 15, 2023 in relation to the specified reference points. Projected impacts are updated based on the GMT's best estimates. Off the top deductions include projections for tribal, research, EFP, and incidental open access set-asides, which are currently specified in regulation. Tribal projected values and the tribe's best estimate of catch. Research set-asides are based on anticipated research needs of the International Pacific Halibut Commission, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and other projects. EFPs are amounts set aside to accommodate anticipated applications and are estimates provided by the applicants and approved by the council. The IOA values are the GMT's best estimate of impacts as analyzed in the 2023-24 groundfish harvest specifications and management measure environmental assessment. And you can see the yellow eye scorecard shown in Table 6. One small note is there is an error for Oregon recreational in the non-trawl section. The value for Oregon recreational against the HG total should be 5.1 as it is for Oregon recreational in the below section comparing against the ACT total. So those should both be 5.1. And that is the only value that has been updated since the April council meeting, which is why it's in bold. And then that concludes the statement and follows our 2 tables in the appendix. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Whitney. Let me see if there are any questions. Pete Hessemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Whitney, for the report and the GMT. I have a couple of questions on the Chinook salmon scorecard there. One of them, I guess I looked through the past 5 years of the GMT's June in-season reports, and the Chinook salmon bycatch numbers are significantly higher than they've ever been in June. I also looked at some of the whiting catch, the utilization or the percent utilization to date, and it's a little bit lower than it's been in recent years. Did the GMT discuss sort of that disparity? See any alarms about high bycatch versus low catch to date?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Hassmer, for the question. We didn't have a very detailed discussion about it. We are aware, and we certainly noted as you say, that the Chinook bycatch is significantly higher than what we would typically see by this time in the year to date. And of course, as you note, we also are aware that the whiting fishery utilization of their whiting allocation is tracking a little bit lower than they typically would by date. So those rates, of course, mean there's more Chinook bycatch potentially going on. And we, as I said, we didn't have a detailed discussion about it because there's no action necessarily to respond to it, just tracking it. And if there's more information we can provide in September, noting that the whiting fleet is up in Alaska by now and will not be back down to fish until the fall. So there may not be particularly more impacts until the fall. We can provide more information in September if that's helpful to the council.
Thank you. Some follow-up, Mr. Chair. I have about 3 other questions I'd like to ask. So this was the first year then of the earlier season opening for the whiting fishery, May 1 versus May 15. The analysis was done under that mothership utilization piece, but the season date affected all 3 sectors. Was there any indication that earlier 2 weeks, what was the bycatch within the range analyzed consistent with the analysis, or was there any preliminary look at that?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Hassmer, for the question. Yes, the season start date is now May 1st, of course. In talking with the industry, anecdotally, they seem to suggest that the high bycatch of Chinook is not necessarily tied to the early season start date. We can certainly look more into that. In talking with the analyst that did that analysis under the whiting utilization package for impacts to Chinook with the earlier season start date, he did indicate that the way that Chinook's bycatch is tracking so far is within the impacts expected under that analysis that was done for the whiting utilization season start date change.
All right, thank you. And I don't know if this is a question, but you mentioned the NIMS reporting on the genetic analysis. So are there some samples being collected from that bycatch, and what's sort of the procedure and timeline for analyzing those?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Hassmer. I will kick this one to NIMS if it's possible to answer. I think that the samples are not quite ready based on what I have been told.
Keely?
Thank you. Yes, so ASHOP, the part of the observer program that works in the ATSI, they do have a large number of Chinook tissue samples in the Northwest Fishery Science Center salmon genetics lab that we typically work with. They will be processing a subsample of them to determine the stock ID. So that's the genetic information we look for. Those results are expected to be available in fall 2024. So there is a bit of a lag. That is the typical processing time. We can ask for sooner, but it does take time to get that information back.
All right, thank you. And then maybe one last, not a question. I think you answered it already. I appreciate the GMT being able to come back potentially in September if there's a request for more information to look into this. So thank you.
Lynn Meadows.
Not a question, but just a thank you to Whitney and the GMT for providing some of the background and context on the at-sea set-asides. Not everybody remembers how they're set or why they're set, and then the detailed information, as well as having our new spiny dogfish, or like I tend to call them barkies, the barkie scorecard. So appreciate the work that y'all did.
Further questions? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I want to thank the GMT as well for pulling together lots of scorecard information for us. These are topics that we follow off and on during the year, and it's great to have it all in one place and available to review. I do have a question just generally about the Boccaccio analysis and the sentence in your report that does indicate that none of the vessels have exceeded their trip limit thus far in 2023. And I just want to make sure that I'm not misinterpreting your intent with that phrase, because, again, as I noted in response to Ms. Mattis, exceeding a trip limit in a period would be a violation. So to me, that's not really, I think, the standard that we might be reviewing fish tickets under, or at least it wouldn't be a proper standard. So maybe just look to you to elaborate a little bit if I'm misinterpreting your statement there. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Yarmko, for the question. I will agree. I think that is probably just poor wording. I think the better wording for that would be have not fully attained or reached 100% of the trip limit for that trip. I certainly agree we shouldn't expect vessels to be consistently over or exceeding the trip limit because it is a violation. I think fully attained would have been a better way to describe it.
Thank you.
Further questions on the GMT report? I've got one. I'm going to follow up on a question that Vice Chair Hassemer asked, having to do with the salmon bycatch. And I think the stocks that are of particular interest, at least amongst some stakeholders, are the California stocks, which for which there's a great number of hatchery fish, 25% of which are code-aware tagged. So I guess my question is, have these thousands of salmon taken in bycatch, or is there any effort to recover code-aware tags? Because those can be read in weeks and not years.
We have had some discussion. Thank you, Mr. Grelnick, for the question. We had some discussion in April, actually, about this issue. So I don't know how much I can actually speak to it because we didn't discuss it at this meeting. But I think if NIMS has anything to add about that, I am not aware of any coded wire tagging being collected, or I guess I'm not really aware, and I don't think that I can really speak to it much because we didn't discuss it at this meeting.
Keely.
Thank you. With a quick assist from John McVeigh. Yes, the Observer Program does take the snouts and reads them and reports that data annually. I'm not exactly sure when the 2023 data would be available in 2024, but we certainly can bring more information at a future meeting if you'd like.
I think that would be helpful, because I think the concern about where these fish are coming from could, at least some piece of data can be recovered pretty quickly. Thank you. Anything further for the GMT? Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grelnick. Kind of leading off the questions that were just asked, was there any information on the geographic area of this bycatch? Was it all up from northern Washington? Was it all down? Were the fleet down south? Any information on that might help us give us a little ballpark of where this happened, which may alleviate or exacerbate concerns?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Mattis, for the question. In talking with the industry, it sounds like a lot of the bycatch has been off of Southern Oregon. We have not looked at the data to verify that and to what extent the proportion is off Southern Oregon, but we could look at that before September as part of the analysis.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right. Thank you very much, Whitney. Mr. Anderson has a question.
I want to make sure this is maybe more appropriate under council discussion, but I think I can put it in the form of a question for the GMT, and then maybe have a subsequent discussion, broader discussion. I'm concerned about how we collectively may be looking at set-asides from a different perspective, and what the expectation is relative to those set-asides. And I appreciate the cite to the CFR, and if I take just this language, it would suggest to me that exceeding a set-aside in season, as long as you don't have a conservation issue, like we're 25% of the ACL for dark blotched as an example, that it's, no harm, no foul. And there isn't any expectation of the at-sea sectors that have been afforded the use of set-asides as opposed to hard caps to respond in the event that they approach a set-aside. And I'm just wondering what the GMT's perspective is on that question.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Anderson, for the question. I'm not sure how much I can say beyond what is in the report because a lot of our discussion is in the report. But I can say that it seems to be very stock by stock basis in looking at how concerning it is when a set aside is approached or exceeded. As I said, as the report pointed out, for those high attainment stocks across all fisheries, an exceedance of the set aside can put other fisheries at risk. It can put the ACL at risk. And one thing I think that's not in the report that I can note is the way the at-sea fishery operates, the bycatch is very volatile year to year. And so it may be a different species that they see a large bycatch event. So looking at the trends is quite difficult to make an assumption of what the bycatch concern may be this year. And so with that in mind, the set-asides are in place, as the report pointed out, to try to provide the flexibility, knowing that it's difficult for the fleet to fully predict how much they're going to get in a single haul. And it is not a formal allocation in regulation. So the fishery is not required to close when a set aside is exceeded. But if the council thinks that there are impacts to other fisheries from continuing to exceed a set aside, then action could be taken in season to make sure that those other fisheries are not impacted or that the ACL is not impacted. So it is a bit more flexible than an allocation, but it was designed that way for a reason because of the at-sea fisheries operations and how it functions. I hope that answers your question.
I understand the answer.
I guess we'll return to this during council discussion. Anything further for the GMT? Thank you, Whitney. We'll next hear from the GAP. Let's see. Mr. Richter coming to the table. Welcome.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Members of the council, I'll be reading from agenda item H8A, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Panel Report on In-Season Management Final Action. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel met with the Groundfish Management Team to discuss progress of this year's fishery, possible in-season adjustments. The GMT discussion was led by Ms. Whitney Roberts. The GAP offers the following recommendations and comments on proposed in-season adjustments to ongoing groundfish fisheries. For commercial lingcod south of 42 north latitude, due to severe trip limit reductions to copper rockfish and quillback rockfish, fixed gear fishermen have seen an increasing demand for other species in the live market fishery. Current size limit for fixed gear lingcod south of 42 north latitude is 24 inches, which is the maximum preferable size for live fish customers. Dropping the size limit down to 22 inches would better meet the demands of this market. In contrast, the current minimum size limit for lingcod for both commercial and recreational lingcod north of 42 north latitude is 22 inches, as well as recreational lingcod south of 42 north latitude, which is also 22 inches. Therefore, the GAP supports a 22-inch length for all commercial lingcod south of 42 north latitude. And working from GMT Table 2, the GAP supports option 1, which would be 22-inch total length. GAP notes that the current minimum size limit for trawl lingcod south of 42 north latitude is also 24 inches. GAP suggests allowing a 22-inch minimum size length across all sectors would simplify the regulations and be more equitable for fishermen participating in each sector. For commercial fixed gear Boccaccio south of 4010 north latitude, some fixed gear fishermen targeting chili pepper rockfish south of 4010 north latitude have reported seeing increasing amounts of Boccaccio bycatch in that fishery. Fixed gear representatives on the GAP report that it would come as no surprise to anyone who has fished in the chili pepper fishery in the past, as there's a large Boccaccio bycatch in that fishery, sometimes nearly a 1-to-1 species ratio in catch. However, current catch data suggests fishermen are not landing their entire Boccaccio trip limit, Therefore, the GAP does not support an increase in Picacho trip limits for those engaged in the directed chili pepper fishery at this time, but may need to be further analyzed at the September council meeting. Mr. Chair, that completes the GAP statement. I'm guessing I'm going to get a question or two.
All right. There may be a question or two. Marcy Yaremko and then Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Gary. Yeah, I guess I'll start by asking, would the GAP have had a different recommendation regarding the proposed Picacho trip limit increase had the GMT reached a different conclusion in its discussion and report?
Mr. Chair, Marcy, the GAP did have a previous report that would have accepted the GMT report to open that Picacho fishery up more. That was our original report. So we changed it. This is our second report. Yes. I think that's a simple yes might have sufficed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just following up on the particular request, is it your understanding that some fixed gear fishermen intend to increase their Picacho harvest based on the fact that sometimes you can get a ratio of catch between chili pepper and Picacho of 1-to-1? So the request from these fishermen is a valid and plausible request that they can utilize additional fish in their trip limit?
Mr. Chair, Marcy, absolutely true. You can actually exceed a 1-to-1 ratio. Some of us, myself included, have been in that fishery before. If you drop your gear through the chilies and stuff and get down to the bottom, you're going to catch a lot more Picacho, but they definitely mix. 1-to-1 ratio would be something good to look at. And as we see more fishermen jumping out of Dungy, switching over, and the people that aren't going to have salmon to fish for this year, they're going to go into that open RCA and fish for chilies, and they're going to catch a whole bunch of Picacho. There's no way around it. It's going to happen.
Thank you.
Lynn Mattis.
Marcy's questions got at what I was after.
Okay. Pete Hassamar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Gary. You probably heard my questions to the GMT and the salmon bycatch. Any discussion in the GAP about that? Concerns or anything?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, the team addressed us and there really wasn't that much discussion because it didn't seem like there were any immediate management concerns. Whiting folks met with GMT. I saw them out in the hallway and those folks are real good at getting out in front of this stuff. So there wasn't any discussion or any concerns to be had.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Pettinger.
Chair Grolick. Gary, not a big deal, but when you say 1-to-1, it's pound for pound, right? It's not fish for fish. The Picachios are usually much bigger than a chili pepper.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, you're right, Brad. Mr. Vice Chair, sorry. Yeah, I mean, the one gentleman that made the request actually from over Picacho sent me pictures. And yeah, he's got 6, 8, 10 to 12 pound Picacho and your chilies are going to average 2 or 3 pounds. So yeah, if it's a 1-to-1 ratio, Picacho is going to blow it away.
Further questions of the GAP? Thanks very much, Gary.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, that concludes our reports. It takes us to public comment. We have one public comment. Welcome, Heather Mann.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I am the executive director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. We represent 32 trawl vessels, the majority of which participate in both the at-sea mothership sector as well as shoreside whiting. The answer to Phil's question from the mothership sector is if we're approaching a set aside, we absolutely take action to change our behavior. regardless of whether there is a conservation concern or threat of an ACL being exceeded. The way we manage ourselves in the mothership sector is very rigid for a reason. We've made commitments to this council, to our salmon colleagues, to do everything we can to minimize our interaction with Chinook, as well as rockfish and other species that we don't want to be catching while we're fishing for whiting. Under open public comment earlier in the week, I talked a little bit about some of the numbers. We were kind of hurried then, behind schedule. If people had questions about that, I wanted to make myself available. Also, based on the conversation and the questions that have happened here with the GMT, I wanted to just remind folks on the council of what it is we do in the mothership sector to minimize our interactions with bycatch. So we have a written bycatch agreement that is signed by every captain, every platform, every year, as well as the owner of the vessel. We always require salmon excluders. We do test tows. We have no night fishing. This past year, in the spring, we had 20 closure areas and 11 advisory areas that we set out based on previous experience in those areas. Our co-op manager has hotspot authority where she can close an area. And then the board will need to meet within a day or two and decide if they want to keep it closed. But she can say, I'm closing this area. We set low base rates, and then our movement requirements are based on those rates. So there's a lot more, and we've shared it each year with you, our bycatch agreement. We're happy to do that again. The reason I'm speaking now is there seems to be a little bit of a misunderstanding with some in the at-sea catcher processor sector that there's no problem here. And I would like respectfully for the council to go on the record and say, you must do better in the fall. You must do better. This is not okay. This is not appropriate. And when I'm getting texts from my catcher vessel captains saying, why are there 3 CPs on the Bandon high spot? Why are the CPs doing this and I can't do that? And they're getting away with it and it's just fine. It's not fine. They need to have the message that it is not, excuse me, fine. And so I would ask that you send that message to do better. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Heather. Questions for Heather? Thank you very much, Heather.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes public comment and takes us to our council action here, which is on the screen. Adopt 2023 in-season adjustments as necessary. Maybe we can have some discussion, and then if there are motions, we'll take them. But let's start with some discussion. Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just with regard to the discussion we've had around the table related to Chinook take this year, I just want to thank Keely and Maggie in particular, but the National Marine Fisheries Service for being willing to discuss and research this issue offline with the agencies. We in particular have certainly an interest in this topic. We are interested in knowing more about the stock composition of the catch in 2023, particularly because our salmon fisheries in California and Southern Oregon are closed. Hearing that the activity, the whiting activity has been centered in various areas off Oregon and potentially some activity further south, we're certainly wanting to have a look at the stock composition of that catch relative to its location. I think our primary concern here is that we're just looking for some assurance, I think at this stage, that not all of those Chinook that are reported to us in the scorecard are Klamath Fall Chinook or Sacramento Chinook. That would be a serious concern for us. We expect that's not the case. We expect that It's a normal mix of Chinook stocks that are intercepted in groundfish fishery activities up and down the coast. But it would just be nice to be able to have some reassurance that there isn't a concentrated amount of catch on those particularly weak stocks of salmon that are highly vulnerable this year, 2023. But I do want to thank, again, the Fishery Service for being willing to continue these discussions. They're connected with the various monitoring programs far better than we are, and we're hopeful that maybe we can get a little more timely information this year just to maybe put some concerns to rest. But I appreciate the ongoing work being done on the sidelines. Thanks.
Great. Pete Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Marcy, for those comments. Since you started on some of the bycatch and the Chinook, I'll follow along the same thread. I'm very concerned. When I looked at the numbers, I dug back through 5 years of reports on this, and the next lowest number of salmon, Chinook salmon bycatch to date was this year is 5 times greater than that year, and it's 20 times greater than some years. So it appears to me that something's going on. There's more salmon bycatch. I looked at the rate of whiting utilization, and some of the percentages aren't that large, but this year is the lowest in 5 years. And I know I've heard that people were scratching and searching for fish in the bycatch, not just Chinook, but some others as species. So, I've heard some people say, well, they don't see it's an issue. And I understand that there's no in-season action to take at this time. And I shouldn't be so glib about it, but the song playing in my head isn't Bobby McFerrin singing, "Don't Worry, Be Happy." It's a little bit scary because as I looked at the numbers in the last 5 years, 81 to 97% of the total season bycatch of salmon occurs after this date. So where we sit right here today, there are more pounds of whiting that remain to be caught than we've seen in the last 5 years. And they would have to be caught at less than the lowest salmon bycatch rate we've seen in those years to stay within the ESA guidelines we have, or to stay below those. So, I see things trending in 2 different directions, and it doesn't look good. So there's not an in-season action to take. I appreciate the GMT indicating they could provide more information. And so my ask would be, if others agree, that the GMT does come back in September with some additional analysis into this. I'm not sure how to shape that or put sideboards on it right now, but there could be some time area analysis. I know when we went through the ESA, the salmon biop analysis on this, that when we looked into the bycatch, September, October bycatch of salmon tends to be very high. And that's why I'm concerned, because all these fish are left to catch in that later period. There was that seasonal component. There was a depth component. I don't remember if it was distance from shore or a bathymetric depth, but there was that. I don't remember if there was a north-south component to the bycatch. I don't remember if there was a time of day, nighttime versus daytime fishing. But if the GMT could provide a little more explanation on what we saw going on, because as they noted, the fleet is in Alaska now in that fishery, and standing down in these southern fisheries pretty much until fall. So hopefully there's time to look at that in September and think about what could be done. Also on the genetic analysis, it is, a bit frustrating. I'm sorry to hear that it would be 2024 before we get these samples and analyzed. I've said it before regarding this issue, and I'll say it again today, that in some cases, seeing more salmon is a very positive sign. Stocks have been depressed for a long time, and as they begin to rebuild, we should see more, and we would expect to see more bycatch. But I guess in March and April, I didn't hear anybody saying that there's a whole bunch of salmon around. So, trying to line up these numbers with that, I've heard they're smaller fish. There could be a good indication. I know there's a number of genetics labs spread across the Pacific Northwest. From my prior work, I know all of those labs calibrate their machines. So if any one of them gets a sample of fish, they get the same results and the same stock identification that any other lab would get. So, I hope there's some opportunities to share and to speed up and help, because relative to the potential to exceed our ESA limits, I see it as pretty high this year. So I'll just finish again. I would ask that the council consider having the GMT come back with some additional analysis in September, information if they can, bring that to us. And, I'll continue to watch it, but I just wanted to express my concerns. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bush Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks, Pete, for your words. And I, this, if you could pick a perfect year that you wouldn't want a lightning strike, this would be the year. And we have one. And so I am really appreciative of Heather's testimony and what the industry has done to improve themselves, especially the information that flows. But in saying that, I think we do have a path forward that's a little quicker than 2024 is in reading some of the tags. It might not give us an exact 100% stock assessment, but it will go a long ways. And, the salmon guys down there are nervous, rightfully so, respectfully asking for some information, and I understand that. I think that our friends at NOAA are, at least in some talks outside this room here, are committed to looking to see if they can get on some tag data as quick as they can. And I think we need to do that, especially in a year like this, to kind of turn down the simmering of the pot that is now at a medium boil. No matter what the information is, it's important. So I think there's some things that we can do at this council to help that. And whatever the data is, but at least there's no speculativity, no rumors and all the stuff that goes along with a year where the salmon people are sitting at the dock. And I fully believe that no sector of the wine industry wanted to do this, but it happened. And I think I'm confident that they're working on it and have some work to do, and certainly didn't want this to happen. So anyway, those are some of my comments, and hopefully we can get through this and get some information out as quickly as we can, and get to working on what we have to work on. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Butch. Oh, I'm sorry, Keely.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to Vice Chair Hassemer's comments. And I'm wondering, it sounded like you were asking for the GMT to bring back forward some information in September, but I'm wondering if there will be enough time that the fall fishery has been underway to have anything new. And I'm not sure immediately whether the fishing plans in the fall are really similar enough to the spring fishing plans that will be representative. And so I'm wondering I fully understand the concern, and I will say too that, we are very much looking into this, and there's a lot of discussions happening. And so that does not mean that there would not be appropriate looking into the issue before September, but I'm just wondering, and perhaps it's a question for the GMT, if there's been enough fishing in the fall by the September meeting for that to be a meaningful use of their time, or whether that's something better in November, which I understand then feels sort of late. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Keely, for those questions. I wish I could have put better description to what we want to see. I've been trying to find information on the pace of the whiting fishery, the accumulation, and think about when those boats come down, when they reinitiate in the fall. I know there's some September, and our meeting is early to mid-September this year. So I'm not sure they can give us a lot about what might happen going forward, but just a little deeper look into what happened this year. And in my conversations with them, there was some potential there to, because they didn't have the time now, but to see why we saw what we did, and are we able to stand down a little bit, or should we be concerned we might get some of that out of it?
Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I share the concerns that are being raised relative to the salmon bycatch. And I don't think there's any confusion about what the expectation of the council is relative to the salmon bycatch limits, or if there are increases in salmon bycatch, even though they may be below, what the critical points are that we expect the fleet to respond by taking action on the grounds to try and reduce salmon bycatch. I am worried about the lack of, or the potential of the lack of understanding or clarity in terms of the set aside numbers that we had for rockfish, which is obviously one of the reasons I asked the question of the GMT. I think the council went a long way to try and provide some flexibility to the at-sea fleets in dealing with rockfish bycatch and moving toward and putting in place the set-aside approach. And I supported it then. I continue to support it for many of the reasons that Whitney articulated in her response to my question. But it stopped short, and this isn't a criticism, but there is obvious clarity from my perspective that the mothership sector is responsive and respects the set aside numbers, and that even though, like I said, they're like for dark blotch, there isn't necessarily a conservation concern at, I think we're 24% of the ACL. The setting those set aside numbers we're not doing it just to have something to do. We put them out there for a reason. And yes, we can exceed those, and there'll be cases when there's that those are exceeded, and those exceedances are acceptable. But at the same time, the industry will have shown us that they take those set aside seriously and modify their operations to the maximum extent that they can, while still having a reasonable opportunity to catch their whiting. And I just, I don't know that there's, I don't know that we all agree around the table that there is that expectation that those set aside numbers are there for a reason, and that there's an expectation that reasonable measures will be taken if they are expected to be exceeded, to stay as close to those as possible, while at the same time we're not looking to close the fishery in the absence of conservation issues, or if it results in allocation issues or whatever it might be. So I think it's important that we if that's where we are as a group, it's not reflected in the regulations. But at least from my chair, when I voted in favor of moving toward the set aside approach, it was an expectation. So I just put that out there. If there's agreement around the table, just articulating that, I think is important, so that we don't have different interpretations about what the expectation is relative to those set aside values.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Addressing Phil's statement, in total agreement, Phil. That's exactly my expectations as well. You all know that I come from vast experience in the whiting sector. Started fishing whiting in 1981 and continually pretty much as we could until all the way through the end, till I retired in 2014. I was part and parcel of the agreement. I was the bycatch chairman for the mothership sector, helped write those agreements and understand the differences between the agreements in the sectors, from mothership all the way through shoreside. Understand those agreements. The overarching understanding and belief in my part was just exactly what you said. Those set-asides were a departure from hard caps. They gave flexibility to unexpected situations and gave council flexibility to not shut that sector down, particularly if there wasn't a biological reason to do it. But the overarching understanding in my part that those set-asides meant something. They were not just to be ignored. I do, the numbers are undeniable. I heard Heather's comments. They're in the GMT report, table 3, table 7, comparing salmon and comparing dark blotch. It is very apparent that not assigning blame or neglect or anything like that, but that there's a difference between those sectors. And my expectation from my seat is that we have given a lot of deference to co-op management, rightfully so. And I think that from my perspective, I think we need a response to this. And obviously, looking at the numbers, it's balanced on one side of the ledger between mothership and CPs. I would expect a response, a meaningful response from those sectors to come to the council before September. Regarding what Pete was talking about the salmon and the path we're on of attainment of our total allocation of whiting, versus how much, the bycatch is available under the buy-up. And one thing I would like to add to that, just as a piece of information, is that what I know right now, and hopefully somebody else would clarify it if I'm wrong, is we're far from on track to attain our allocations in any of the sectors of whiting. And I think given that a large portion of the fleet is now in the Bering Sea fishing pollock, and from the anecdotal information I'm getting, it's going to be later in the fall for them to return to this fishery, the chances of us reaching those allocations is probably not very good. So to that end, I don't have the same concern that we're going to exceed the buy-up amount that's allocated to those or appropriated to those sectors. However, that has nothing to do with this conversation in my mind. It's more, we have the entire California coast, excuse me, and 2/3 of Oregon in directed fisheries standing down. I don't care if it's one fish, they're concerned, and rightfully so. That's the reality here. Rightfully so. There's a higher expectation to all sectors to be mindful and to do all they can do to avoid salmon bycatch. And we need to do that. But the fact that it is high doesn't necessarily mean the sky is falling. I think that it might be a good thing. The understanding the origin of those fish is very important. If it is high, I remember conversations in March and April about when it was discussed to stop the salmon seasons, that, what are we doing? And at least in my area where I live, that was probably close to a historically high catch last year in that fishery. And, even though we were in drought, even though the returns and all that stuff were very dismal, and the stock projections returns were very dismal, that from the fisherman's point of view, and not necessarily fishermen that are involved in the process, they're going, we went from really good to zero in 1 year. To me, I think maybe there's an indication that maybe there's a little more fish in the ocean than the rivers are indicating, and this data might inform us of that. So I think it's really important to get this recent data, what this bycatch could give us, particularly in light of the fact we have no other data with the fisheries not fishing now for all of California and 2/3 of Oregon. So I think that's very important. Getting back to this staying in your lane, so to speak, and on both salmon and rockfish bycatch. I think it's important that is a heightened awareness, a renewed call for the co-ops to come forward and tell us what they're going to do to do that. We understand we had problems last year with Sable. That was a problem. Seems like it's waning a bit in that sector anyhow, maybe not in others. We had short belly the year before, I believe, and years before. And we've counted on the co-ops to do things, counted on those sectors to get together and give us answers. I don't think the sky is falling right now, but boy, it sure looks like the clouds are gathering. And I think we need to have some answers of what's going to happen. We have time. That fishery is not going to resume at sea anyhow, probably till late September, I would guess. But boy, I want to hear what's going to happen. It certainly looks like, the overarching, if you look to the informational reports that for the co-ops that are in our briefing book, showing the whiting mothership as well as the CP sector, and in the bycatch information that's there, and they talk about what they're going to do, particularly in the CP sector, to avoid salmon. And the overarching thing there is we're going to avoid it in all areas of abundance and do all we can to avoid it. I believe they do that. I believe that that's the intent. But the numbers certainly, when you compare one sector to the other, don't back that up. So I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not doing any of that, but I certainly want some attention paid to that because I think it's important in salmon. It's important in other bycatch. I think it's important that we have trust and we have confidence that those co-ops will do what they've warranted to us, and they continue to get the trust of the council and the confidence that they will self-manage to the levels that we expect them to. So I guess I'll stop there and hopefully I made sense. I'm sorry. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Keely Kent.
Thank you. I actually wanted to go back to Mr. Anderson's remarks and ask him a question, if that's okay. Bill, you said something, paraphrase, and then you'll let me know if I got it wrong. Something to the effect of the regulations don't match the intent of what set-asides, at least you thought they were supposed to be. And I was just wondering if you could elaborate on that. And if I got that very wrong, I hope you will tell me.
What I think I said, without going back to the tape, I don't think I included the word intent. The language that I saw in the GMT report, which I'm not pulling up as quickly as I had hoped I could, in my reading, does not include the expectation that the at-sea sectors will take measures as necessary or needed to attempt to stay within the at-sea set-asides. I don't see that in there. Maybe I'm missing something. But it was a big part of the discussion when we were moving from hard caps to set-asides. We had a lot of interaction with the at-sea sectors about how the set-asides would be treated. So that's what I meant to say.
Keely.
Thank you. That does help me. I think perhaps I would flip that and say the regulations allow the council, or the council has retained the ability to take in-season action on a set-aside exceedance. So I think that gets at, and that from my brief look at the GMT report, I'm not seeing that specifically called out, but I'm skimming it again. And so perhaps wasn't involved in that rulemaking. Perhaps that's how it kind of ended up there. And so I want to make sure the council is aware that you have the ability to take in-season action if you are concerned about an at-sea set-aside being exceeded. We removed the hard cap, but that does not limit your authority if you feel like the industry is not doing what you would like them to do with that number.
Bill?
Yeah, thanks, Keely, for that reminder. And it's a good reminder for everybody that's listening to our discussion here. I think that in this case, both on the salmon side, as well as on the dark blotch side, that it would be beneficial to the council to hear from both sectors, mothership and CPs, their fall fishing plans, and what measures they're taking to respect the set-asides and to minimize salmon bycatch. I think we've had some of those explained to us from the mothership in some detail. Hearing those again or having them provide that information to us would be beneficial. And it would also, from my perspective, hear the same thing relative to the CPs and some of the changes they may be intending to implement when they return to the grounds in the fall.
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. I echo what Mr. Anderson just said. I think it would be useful to get some information on the fall plans. The GMT can provide us information on what has happened, but I think industry would be a better venue to give us information on what they think is going to happen, how they intend to pursue the fishery this fall. So thank you.
Thank you. Pete Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess I can second, maybe a third on that, hearing those plans. In our informational reports, we have from the three sectors, the report from last year's activities. Those are excellent reports, but it's a retrospective on what they did last year and relative to what's going on, what might happen this fall. It's that would be good to hear. And I just want to, the last comment I make maybe is, I expressed my concerns in the context of the salmon bycatch because it just, there's something that caught my attention there. I'm not looking to close any fisheries because of salmon, because we have these ESA guidelines, and as long as they fish within those, my real concern is that the fishery, the whiting fishery as a whole in each of the sectors is able to obtain full utilization or, within the various constraints. Bob Dooley mentioned some that Alaskan that, but it's a successful fishery because we have good fisheries. This is a wild caught seafood product. So that's what I really want to see, is that the fishery isn't constrained in some way, that it's allowed to continue and be as successful as possible. The CP, the mothership, the shoreside sector, all of those. So it's not looking to close the fishery. It's looking to keep the fishery as successful as it can be. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Gramlich. Just want to add some thoughts here too on the set-aside situation. I know that when they were developed, the intent for set-asides was to provide flexibility, and I believe that they are doing that. You can see in Table 7 in the GMT report that just comparing where we are this year to where we were this year, that things are very different. So last year, sablefish and short spine thorny head were highly attained, and their set aside through this point of time in the year was higher than expected. And this year it's completely different, where we're looking at high attainment for dark blotch and yellowtail, not to mention Chinook salmon. So I think it speaks largely to the issue and the uncertainty. I also think that the flexibility comes with accountability. And I think that's where we're all on the same page here too, and having that accountability. And I think we've seen the at-sea fleets and industry being incredibly transparent and responsive over time. And so appreciate that. And so just wanted to add that to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Vice Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gorlick. I know we have the shared set-asides for the fleets for a reason. I mean, because I know some years different sectors catch more fish than others for some reason. I don't know what it is. I noticed over a period of time that everybody takes their whack at maybe catching more salmon, maybe some years than others. I get that. I think under that kind of premise that everybody shares a mutual amount of fish, that everybody would behave properly and maybe communicate and maximize the use of that. And so the salmon numbers are certainly higher than I would hope for, but maybe it is an indicator of abundance. Maybe there's more small fish out there than, and we'd hope for that, because that is an indicator of potentially of some good year classes. I was kind of shocked when Vice Chair Hasmer shared with you the numbers, how much higher it is been than past years. It is quite a bit higher. And I think it'd be nice if it just a little more, if there was more communication, if there was someone here to give us a report on why that was and when it was caught. Was it before May 15th? I don't know that. As managers around the table, it'd be kind of nice to know the world we're operating in and what's happening around us, so we have an informed decision-making process. So, but the salmon numbers, that doesn't bug me so much as it is the dark blotch numbers, in the sense that there was a sector was closed down over an area and standing down, and we had other vessels from another sector come in and fish right there. I'm assuming there had to be some communication happening. There was some fish there, and it'd be really nice to understand what people's mindset was when they did that. Unless they had a 75-ton tow and it was one big lightning strike, then I'd get it maybe. I'm not sure what happened. I don't know. I can only guess. But it'd be nice. We operate on information, and we don't have the information here today. At least no one's took me to set aside and had a discussion about what happened. But it'd be nice to have a report, I think, about why that was and what the mindset was going into that. Because we're allowed people to share fish. That's a dangerous place to be if people aren't playing nice with each other. Anyway, but I do like the idea that Phil talked about having come tell us what the plan is for this fall, and I think it'd be great to maybe find out what the plan is for next year. Because I'd be great, I think, to have an update from folks, all the sectors, about what's going on. And we've got a large portion of this coast shut off in salmon right now, and a lot of people are very happy about that, and I get it. And I think that every fish counts, they say. I don't know if it's probably pushing it maybe, but I mean it's a big deal, and the optics are certainly horrible at the very least. So anyway, I'll stop there.
I guess what I'm hearing around the table is we would like to hear from the at-sea sectors on how it happened and what the plans are. It is a Sunday. I'm not sure that we're going to get answers today. So I think this can be phrased perhaps in the form of a request to these sectors to contact us well in advance of the September meeting and let us know what information they have. Does that make sense for folks around the table? Or does anyone want to articulate something far more specific than that? Phil?
I always hesitate making stuff up on the fly, but it seems to me that under the in-season management item in September, we could have a place on there for to receive reports from the at-sea sectors relative to their fall plans for minimizing bycatch.
All right, I'm going to look around the table. I noticed that Todd is taking notes there. And I don't know whether people are anxious for lunch or not, but I do see Bob's hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Phil's take on that exactly. And I know you've mentioned something talking about maybe a postmortem on what has happened to get a better understanding and how that might affect plans for next year. and how that might affect. So I would hope that would be included in those reports too, to get some more detail of, what has happened and what we're going to do to avoid it in the future, which is right within what Phil was talking about. But more importantly, not just the future planning, but also reflect on this a bit too. Thank you.
All right. I don't want to foreclose discussion, but I suspect there are some motions ready. But let me see if there's any further discussion on this agenda item. Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am ready with the motion whenever it's time.
Well, I'm not seeing any other hands up, so please proceed.
All righty, thank you. I move the council adopt, number one, a 22-inch minimum size limit for all commercial lingcod fisheries south of 42 degrees north latitude as described in agenda item H8A supplemental GMT report. Number two, increase Boccaccio trip limits as described in option 1 of agenda item H8A CDFW supplemental report 2.
All right, the language on the screen is accurate and complete.
Yes, it is.
I'll look for a second. Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we heard from the GMT and the GAP, reducing the commercial lingcod size limit from 24 to 22 inches south of 42 degrees latitude is expected to increase attainment, minimize discard, and provide consistency across sectors for the species. Number two, the Boccaccio trip limit issue. This request would provide additional opportunity for those that are targeting both chili pepper and Boccaccio in the same trip, and would better align the 2 trip limit values for both the open access and limited entry sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the maker of the motion? Any discussion on the motion? All right, not seeing any. Lynn Mattis, please.
I'll keep it brief since I think some of us are starting to get hangry. I supportive of this as there doesn't seem to be a conservation concern for either of these. There's plenty of room in the ACLs, and it's going to provide some additional opportunity for fishermen who are in sectors that may or may not have been severely impacted by the salmon stuff. So just in favor of supporting the additional opportunity given no conservation concern.
Great, thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for the motion, Marcy. Are there further motions on this agenda item? Is there any further discussion on this agenda item? Todd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. What I've heard today is that you've taken action to decrease or change the size limit from 24 inches to 22 inches south of 42 degrees or in California for all commercial fisheries, federal commercial fisheries. Additionally, the other request was to change the Boccaccio trip limits, which comes in the form and is noted in the supplemental report 2 from California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Additionally, the council has put forth a request that at the September meeting during the Groundfish in-season agenda item, that they would like to hear from the at-sea sectors regarding their plan for the fall, as well as a retrospective of what happened here early in the spring. With that, I conclude.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for getting that work done. We're going to have another extra lunch period today since it's nice and there's a farmer's market out there. We do have one additional agenda item for today. It may be substantial. So fortify yourself during the lunch period. We'll be back at 1:35.
Recording stopped.
All right, welcome back from lunch. Let's
Recording in
have a
progress.
seat. And we'll get started. We'll resume agenda item H2. And I will hand the gavel to Vice Chair Pete Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is our resumption of H2, Sablefish, Groundfish to Sablefish gear switching, initial preliminary preferred alternative. I will just highlight Carla Bush, our virtual or online participant, Carla Bush from Alaska, is online with us. And Sandra, if you there, when we finished last 2 days ago, we had initiated council discussion on this topic. So on the screen before you is the council action today, selecting an IPPA. Other guidance on the alternatives is needed, and guidance on the process and timeline for selecting the PPA. So I am going to make sure there's no other reports. So look around and see if there's Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a few thoughts here. Maybe all of them have been expressed before, but a couple of them are maybe important to think about. I would say first that this issue has been one of the most difficult ones for the council to deal with. At least in my memory, there have been others that maybe are in competition with it, but this one has been particularly difficult. Even after many months and years, we still have two pretty entrenched camps, if you will, on the issue within our stakeholders. And I think the same thing is true of the council members. I think in most cases, we're able to work through difficult issues, and we generally come to a point where a majority, if not a super majority, we have unanimity around the action that the council needs to take. And when we don't have that, I guess my personal policy has been to try to look for a way to get us closer together, so that we have a united front on how we're approaching problems and selecting our solutions. So I find, the next maybe piece that is obvious to everyone is that this has been a bit of a moving target. What started out as the description of the problem back in 15, 16, 17, the circumstances around the fishery have changed considerably. And so as we have been trying to find a solution to the problem as it was initially described, whatever the sports analogy is, the goalposts keep moving on us. And that has contributed in my mind to how long it's taken even to get to this point. We have, as a council, made numerous attempts at setting up different subgroups or committees or to try to remove it from the council table and put it in the hands of our stakeholders and or a cross-section of stakeholders and council members, in part based on our past experiences, that sometimes when we do that, a solution gets identified and brought forward to this table that makes it easier for us to get our arms around. But despite our best efforts to do that, we haven't gotten there. And maybe it's unrealistic for me to think that we could get there. But I'm not giving up yet. I do think, as you will see in what I'm going to propose as a next step, that it's premature for us to try to select a single IPPA or PPA for that matter, because there is some additional work. I guess I can throw it into the analysis category, but to do in terms of, in particular, looking carefully at how whatever solution we may think is the right one lines up with our national standards. And, you know, national standard 1 has been identified, national standard 4 has been identified, and the guidelines that we have to interpret and take into account those national guidelines are found in our national standard guidance. And as I have began to pay more attention to those, thanks to my colleague to my left, I realized that we really have not done yet. It's not a fault, we just haven't got to it yet, to do a careful evaluation of how the alternative or alternatives that we might think is the right approach meets those standards. And so I think it's important for us to give our process just a little bit more time and before we zero in on a single alternative. I'm also wedded to the process, to the council process. And I think if we get to a November point and we select a PPA of no action, that, as I understand it, that would end our deliberations on this topic, at least for a while. So on the other hand, if we selected one of the alternatives to move it forward, there would be an additional step to get to a point where we were selecting an FPA. Not to suggest that no action doesn't stay in play, even if a different alternative is selected as our PPA. But as I understand it, that if we were to select a no action, if we were to select no action when we get to our PPA point, it would result in ending further deliberations on this topic, for at least for now. looking across at Caitlin to make sure she's not giving me the evil eye. So with that as a preface, and I don't want to, well, I don't want to jump the gun, but I do have a motion prepared that in part utilizes some of that thought process. And I think it will, if I'm allowed to do so and bring it up, it will stimulate the various discussions that we want to have and around the table in considering and deliberating on it. But if it's the vice chair's wishes to hold for some additional opportunity for some introductory comments, obviously I will honor that.
Thank you, Phil. So we have your motion in the queue. I noticed that General Counsel wanted to make some comments. It might be in response to questions presented yesterday. So I would like to take that up first, Ms. Amaki.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, I just wanted to take the opportunity. Mr. Anderson had asked a question at the end of the discussion 2 days ago and also alluded to it today in his opening remarks. So I thought it might still be helpful to just answer that in the affirmative based on the information I gathered in the interim. And so the question that Mr. Anderson had posed on Friday was essentially whether National Standard 4 would apply to the council's decision to adopt a gear switching alternative. And I believe the short answer is yes. As Mr. Anderson just stated, National Standard 4 does apply and should be considered as the council weighs its alternatives and the decision at hand. I also wanted to just note that NIMS did articulate its position on this issue, including recently in its April 2023 report. That is agenda item G5A, NIMS report 1 at page 6. And it also articulated this position in its November 2022 briefing book item under agenda H3A, NIMS report 1 at page 10. And as a follow-up to that, if it's appropriate, I'd like to just walk through National Standard 4 for the benefit of the council as you engage in your discussions. The National Standard 4 is codified, if anyone would like to pull it up and sort of read along, at 50 CFR, Code of Federal Regulations 600.325. And I think the analysis is a two-part question. First one is whether this is an allocation such that it would be subject to the standard. And that's the particular question that Mr. Anderson asked last week. And I do believe allocation is interpreted fairly broadly. And I do think the text of the standard and the regulations supports treating this decision as an allocation decision. The language, if you look at 600.325C, 1, the definition of allocation also includes a specific reference to gear type. So if you are making distribution to a specific gear type, that is considered an allocation, or a quota, I should say, quota by gear type. So if this does apply, there are 3 factors that must be considered in making allocations. And those are articulated in the very beginning of the section, and they include that the allocation be fair and equitable, that it promote conservation, and that it avoid assigning excessive shares to a particular group or individual. And the last thing I'd like to just walk through is the fairness and equity prong of the inquiry. And under the fairness and equity prong, the regulations give further guidance on what should be considered. And this part I'm just going to read for accuracy. The fairness and equity prong requires that an allocation of fishing privileges should be rationally connected to the achievement of OY or with furtherance of a legitimate FMP objective. Inherent in an allocation is the advantaging of one group
to the detriment of another. The motive for making a particular allocation should be justified in terms of the objectives of the FMP. Otherwise, the disadvantaged user groups or individuals would suffer without cause. For instance, an FMP objective to preserve the economic status quo cannot be achieved by excluding one group of longtime participants in the fishery. On the other hand, there is a rational connection between an objective of harvesting shrimp at their maximum size and closing a nursery area to trawling. And then the second provision under this fairness and equity prong, an allocation of fishing privileges may impose a hardship on one group if it is outweighed by the total benefit received by another group or groups. An allocation need not preserve the status quo in the fishery to qualify as fair and equitable if restructuring the fishery privileges would maximize overall benefits. The council should make an initial estimate of the relative benefits and hardships imposed by the allocation and compare its consequences with those of alternate allocation schemes, including the status quo. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. So there, Mr. Anderson has offered a motion which we don't have before us, since that was response that was to a question that was presented at the end of the day 2 days ago. I'd like to see if there's just any follow-up, any further questions or clarification on that point. And I don't see any. So I'd like to ask you to go ahead with your motion since you offered to present that.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Sandra. I move that council adopt no action and alternative 2 as outlined below as its initial preferred proposed alternatives to address gear switching in the trawl fishery. Regarding alternative 2, it would be as follows. Gear switching control, trawl only and any gear in parens unrestricted, quota pounds, northern sablefish quota pounds will be issued as trawl only quota pounds and any gear quota pounds unrestricted quota pound. Next, procedure for determining the amount and distribution of any gear quota pounds. National Marine Fisheries Service will classify as legacy participants those individuals that own quota share on the control date and at the time of implementation based on the qualification criteria listed in the following section. Legacy participants. Legacy participation will receive any gear quota pounds for their eligible quota share, eligible quota share is any quota share owned by a legacy participant that does not exceed what the participant owned on the control date. Quota share owned by non-legacy participants, and legacy participant quota share that is not eligible. Any gear quota pounds and trawl only quota pounds will be distributed as follows. Quota pound distribution option 1. Increasing proportion of any gear quota pounds. Each year, any gear and trawl only quota pounds will be issued in a ratio such that the total amount of any gear quota pounds will equal 29%. As legacy participants divest of their eligible quota share, the any gear trawl only quota pound ratio will increase to maintain 29% any gear quota pounds. Quota pound distribution option 2. In the first year of the program, any gear and trawl only quota pounds will be issued in a ratio such that the total amount of any gear quota pounds will equal 29%. As legacy participants divest of their eligible quota share, the any gear trawl only quota pound ratio will not change such that the total amount of any gear quota pounds declines to less than 29%. Quota pound distribution option 3 is not included in this motion. Legacy participants and qualifying criteria. Legacy participants are individuals that meet the qualifying criteria provided below. The designation as a legacy participant stays with the individual and is not transferable. As legacy participants divest themselves of quota share, the total legacy participant holdings of eligible quota share will decline. To qualify as a legacy participant, qualification option 1. As of and since the control date, an individual must have some ownership interest in a permit or permits that landed northern sablefish quota pounds with non-trawl gear totaling at least 30,000 pounds per year in at least 3 years between January 1, 2011 and September 15th, 2017, the control date, and had some ownership interest in northern sablefish quota shares in any amount. Qualification option 2 is not included in this motion. Transferability and accumulation limits. As under status quo, all quota share and quota pounds would remain fully transferable, and the existing quota share control limit, 3%, and annual vessel quota pound use limit, 4.5%, will continue to be applied for northern sablefish quota as a whole, without distinction by gear type. And Mr. Vice Chairman, that completes my motion.
Thank you, Phil. Before we move forward, I was going to ask you if the language is complete and accurate, but there are superscripts in your motion that I have not seen footnotes that reference those.
Yes, thank you for that. And I noted that as I went through this. I had those subscripts listed earlier, but they weren't lining up with the numbers that I had in here, and I did not have time to make sure I had those correct. They are in your written material under this alternative. And that is why I deleted them. And what I should have done is also delete the reference to those numbers that reference them. So the language is accurate and complete. However, the number, those like number 12 that's being highlighted or has a cursor on it right now should be deleted. There's a 13, and so those should not be in the script.
All right. So Sandra, is it possible, while there are not many of them, but so it is completely accurate? Sorry, if you can go in the other direction, there's a 13 right there under qualification option 1. And scroll downwards. Okay. Now I believe the Language on the screen is accurate and complete.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, thanks for pointing that out.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Butch Smith. Thank you, Butch. Go ahead and speak to your motion as needed.
I'm sorry to say it's needed, but so this alternative was developed with the purpose and need statement in mind, and as well as the guiding principles that were developed in the SAMTAC process. I'm not going to read the purpose and need or the walk through the principles. They're in your briefing materials, and we've looked at them a number of times, and I suspect that many of you are familiar with them. I'm going to first speak to alternative 2. It respects the trawl and processors' interests that have voiced the importance of placing a limit on gear switching to give certainty that a large portion of the trawl sablefish is reserved for vessels using trawl gear. The alternative recognizes those gear switching participants that have made significant investment in landings up to the control date by preserving their opportunity to continue at levels consistent with the control date. This alternative 2, preserves an opportunity for quota share holders of trawl sablefish to catch or sell a portion of their quota pounds to people who gear switch to meet their business plan objectives. The alternative provides an opportunity for gear switching participants to harvest up to 29% of the trawl allocation of sablefish, consistent with the average amount that was taken with fixed gear between the years 2011 and 2022. Since it creates annually issued gear-specific quota pounds, rather than permanently issued specific quota share, there would be no opportunity to further accumulated long-term gear switching opportunity. At the same time, it allows annual decisions to be made by quota pound holders to retain or sell any quota pounds to either trawl or gear switching vessels. Legacy participants who don't receive a sufficient annual issuance of any gear quota pounds to cover their typical or desired harvest levels will be able to go out onto the market and bid to acquire additional pounds. In addition to recognizing legacy participant historic fishing practices and dependence on the fishery, the alternative takes into account current and new participants. While there is a fleet limit of 29%, current participants and new entrants will have an opportunity to accumulate gear switching opportunity to the same levels as legacy participants through annual quota pound acquisition. Over time, as legacy quota share owners leave the fishery, all participants will be on an equal footing and competing for any gear quota pounds. Consistent with the original catch share program, Alternative 2 maintains the use of permit history rather than using individual or vessel history to determine the qualification status of certain privileges. It seems logical to me to maintain consistency with the original program's use of permit history rather than changing to another currency to qualify for legacy designation or the determination of pro rata shares. Now let me turn to and speak somewhat briefly to the no action portion of this motion. With respect to the no action component of the motion, it respects the gear switching participants' perspective that gear switching is not the cause of the low attainment of certain trawl species that are referenced in the purpose and need statement. The purpose and need statement proposed for this action identifies declining trawl vessel participation as a factor that might be affecting attainment of trawl allocations. Agenda item H3, attachment 3, November 2022, evaluated the relationship between the number of non-whiting vessels using trawl gear, average vessel harvest for those vessels, and total non-whiting trawl harvest. In general, it finds, first, participation by vessels using trawl gear to catch non-whiting species declined after the implementation of the program. However, average harvest per vessel has increased, and the remaining fleet likely had the physical capacity to maintain pre-IFQ harvest levels. Second, economic data appears to show adequate profitability to support expansion of trawl harvest. Third, the general indication is that factors other than the capacity of participating non-whiting trawl vessels remaining in the fishery led to under attainment of trawl allocation. So again, the factors other than the capacity. In light of the significant increases in both the West Coast ACL for sablefish, in 2018, 5,475 metric tons, 2023, 8,486 metric tons. And the large increase in the sablefish ACLs in the North Pacific, where in 2016, it was 15,600, and in 2023, it's 41,000 metric tons. And given the capacity of gear switching vessels and the markets that buy their fish, and the low ex-vessel prices paid fishers, particularly when abundance is high, it is highly likely their catch will be less than 29% of the trawl sablefish allocation. With a high abundance of sablefish, the amount taken by the gear switch fleet is not contributing to the low utilization rates of species such as Dover sole. Taking an action to address a problem that cannot be demonstrated to exist does not necessitate the need to allocate the harvest opportunity of trawl sablefish between trawl permit holders based on the type of gear they use. Finally, with respect to the no action portion of the motion, given that sablefish ACLs are anticipated to be at or above 2020 level for at least the next 3 to 5 years, the council should focus its efforts on the Groundfish Catch Share Program review, scheduled to begin in September, and develop alternatives that will address the quote real problems, not just the symptoms. Building upon the work that has already been done and expanding the analysis to include trawl participants would inform the council of the programmatic changes that are needed to fully achieve the IFQ goals and objectives. The IFQ program review provides an opportunity to consider how groundfish fisheries may be affected in the coming years, and a chance to develop, discuss, and analyze regulatory changes affecting sablefish, a key stock for all groundfish fisheries. The council could still consider a limitation on gear switching, but would be doing so with the benefit of a comprehensive analysis, and hopefully through those discussions, IFQ participants could at least come closer to collectively supporting an alternative that works for all. Selecting no action now and considering future sablefish management in the context of the entire IFQ fishery could be a more timely and holistic approach and have a more holistic approach in addressing the issues at hand. I'm sure there are other points to support either no action or alternative two beyond those that I have just articulated. But I believe that there is a rational reason to consider keeping both of these two and working through our process to the next step. Finally, with respect to the question that some may have in terms of what additional information or analysis we might expect to get to help us make an informed decision relative to selecting a PPA in November, the motion substantially reduces the number of alternatives that will receive the major portion of the additional analysis, as I understand it. Staff have produced a lot of analysis over the years, spread across many documents. That information, from my perspectives, needs to be brought together to give the council a single comprehensive picture and opportunity to evaluate the outcomes of each of these approaches or alternatives. I recognize that including the no action alternative and identifying an IPPA may be unusual. But in this instance, given that it has a significant amount of support and the need to contrast it with an action alternative that also has support, I feel it is an appropriate next step to further and complete the council's lengthy consideration of this matter and the extensive public interest and engagement over the past 8 years. My last comment is I am not putting this forward in an effort to force people or encourage people to try to reach some sort of a compromise. If that happens, great. But I'm not putting this forward with that underlying intent. I am putting this forward as the two ends of the spectrum that there is the greatest interest in, and I'm making the argument that it's worth our while, after all that we have invested in this issue, to make sure that we have contrasted the two and that we understand how the two do or do not meet the national standards and the other management objectives and goals of the Groundfish Plan. Thanks for indulging me in listening to my rationale for the motion.
Thank you, Phil. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sandra, can you scroll up to the top? Thanks. Phil, I may be naive here. I'm trying to figure out, my understanding of Robert's rules is that no action is always on the table when we make a decision as a council. Could you explain why you've included it here?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. I agree with you that no action is always on the table. But in this case, in this circumstance, no action has received a lot of support and by a portion of our constituents that are interested in this issue. And it was my intent by including it here that we would have additional work done to ensure that we can compare and contrast the outcome between no action and alternative two with the modifications that I made. In the absence of doing that, I think it ran the risk of not having a thorough evaluation of no action compared against the national standards, as well as doing the same thing for alternative two and allowing the council to make an informed decision in November on a PPA.
Is that good? Okay, thank you. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a similar question pertaining to the no action alternative, and that relates to the analysis that you just spoke of, the compare and contrast type of an analysis. As I look at the analytical document that was provided to us, attachment 2 for this meeting, the summary of the no action alternative includes a conclusory statement that the total amount of gear switching might decline, remain at recent levels, or increase. So my question for you is, what type of compare contrast analysis are you expecting to be done? And how are we supposed to take anything away from it when the initial or the summary of the no action alternative leaves us in this place with it being unclear whether the amount of gear switching might decline, remain at recent levels, or increase?
I believe that that same conclusion, if that conclusion is correct for no action, that same conclusion is pertinent to an alternative we might choose. If one goes up, the other goes down, and we're uncertain as to exactly what will happen under either no action or any of the alternatives. But what we haven't gotten, not through any fault of the analysts, but we haven't taken that next step to evaluate the pluses and minuses between the two, between no action and this alternative, as it relates in particular to the national standards. And I believe before we make a decision on this issue, we need to have that type of analysis done, taking a careful look at the points that Caitlin made, so that we can make an informed decision on selecting a PPA. And I've also spoken with Dr. Seeger, Jesse Dorfinghouse, about, okay, if this were to go through, what would you do? What would be the additional information that you would compile? And rather than me trying to paraphrase what they told me, I would, through with the vice chair's indulgence, ask Dr. Seeger to help me answer that question.
Thank you. Dr. Seeger, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for the question. In terms of the analysis moving forward, obviously that we will do the analysis as required for legal and procedural purposes for comparison of the range of alternatives that's in front of us. And beyond that, any contrasts that are requested by the council. In terms of the, we have a direction here to focus in on no action alternative and alternative 2, which really helps us out a lot with respect to not having to do further development on alternative 1. And there were a bunch of outstanding questions, and there's some on alternative 3. And so that's going to give us more analytical time to focus in on a comparison of the alternative, development of alternative 2 in comparison of that with no action. But the document will still need to cover the full range of alternatives, I believe, unless the council wants to explicitly start removing, which I don't, well, if you wanted to do that, I don't see that you're there and ready to do that. I'm not expecting that. But that's how I would characterize it. Jesse, you want to add anything there? So, with respect to national standards have been, were called out here. Certainly, as we evaluate the national standards, we'll probably, put a lot of attention to no action alternative 2, but the other alternatives won't be ignored in that. But we certainly will use this direction to help us focus on what we bring to you.
Thank you. Merrick, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I just wanted to add a little bit more perspective about what is being considered here. I think the additional consideration is the important role that a PPA, or in this case, an IPPA, plays in a public process realm like ours. I think it's important to recall that one of the things that it does is it sends a clear signal to the public. It says, here is where the council is thinking about going. And if you think of the two option IPPA that Mr. Anderson has put forward, that is a signal saying we are honing in on these two. And I think that's an important part of our public process. So.
Thank you. Marcy, does that answer your question? Okay. Further questions for clarification? Staring around and I'm not seeing anything, so I would open it up for discussion of the motion before us. Give people a moment to ponder their thoughts. And Corey Ridings, then Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks for this motion, Phil. I really appreciate the work that's gone into this and the thinking that you've clearly done that has gone into this. Respectfully, I will not be voting for it. I remain opposed to any of the action alternatives. The council has worked on this for, as you stated, Phil, 8 years. I think that while I agree there needs to be proper deliberation and information and signaling, I think that we've done enough of it. This has come at an incredibly high cost to the council, both monetarily and in time that could have been spent working on other issues. The council efficiencies document under agenda item C2 illustrated the disproportionate amount of time the council has spent on this, and I hesitate to ask for the dollar amount associated. But more importantly than council time, it has created uncertainty for fishermen and fishing businesses, and similarly cost them in time spent lobbying this council and resources that could have been put into their businesses instead. It has pushed the program review back by a year and will continue to do so if this topic continues, delaying other analysis and work that could help strengthen the trawl sector and more appropriately address the need at hand, which is underutilization, given current conditions. According to National Standard 1, we can and do inflict harm as a council, but it must be done with information and analysis, consideration and deliberation. That is, we must have evidence that the benefits outweigh the costs. But at this point, after 8 years of information, deliberation, public comment, input from advisory bodies, and staff analysis, we have gone in circles and still do not have strong enough evidence. I have no doubt that this action might benefit some first receivers. As Jesse and Jim presented, vertical integration and market capture are well-known ways to increase profit in any industry. I also believe that this action might benefit some fishermen. Many have shared their thoughts and analysis with the council and with me personally, and I'm deeply grateful for that. There very well could be some benefits that even percolate through the supply chain. But we also heard from other fishermen who have made major investments and built businesses around this program feature about the harms that will almost certainly will be done. I think we have enough information to know where we are, and we've made other decisions based on less in relationship to the national standards. The reason that we have taken so long and why I don't think we need more time is that this issue is so broad, so deep, that further analysis will not change the overall question we are answering here and the fundamental multifaceted nature of the problem that Jim and Jesse laid out in their bubble diagram 2 days ago. This solution simply does not solve the problem. Moving forward to the program review will allow us to look again, given new conditions, how to better solve this problem and other problems. I want to address that this is a trawl program. We heard that on Friday, and it makes good sense. And even with that being true, gear switching was not a mistake. It was built into the program by mainly trawling interests to provide flexibility and options for an certain future. Everyone, fishermen, processors, quota owners of all types, then made financial and business decisions accordingly. Today, the original set of environmental and economic circumstances have changed, as they always do and will. And there are people who want to change the program to their benefit. That's understandable. But gear switching was not a bug, it was a feature. It was a feature of a market-based program. Even if one part of the program isn't working exactly as some thought it would under today's circumstances, it is working in accordance with the rules of the program and market conditions, and it would be unfair to change the rules now so that one group benefits and another loses. All action alternatives are effectively a reallocation of fishing privileges, and I do not think pass the NS4 test of being fair and equitable. Whatever influence gear switching and the ability to gear switch is having on trawl null attainment, it is not major, that is, not major enough to justify removing it from the program. I also want to briefly note that while this discussion is primarily economic and social in nature, when gear switching was created as part of this program, it was part of the conservation justification for action. West Coast trawling has very solid accountability, as we talked about earlier today, and has largely addressed the conservation issues inherent in the gear type. But on balance, fixed gear has less impact. And at the time, this was part of the overall decision to launch the program. Thanks.
Thank you. I believe the next hand was to my right, maybe instead of my left. Was there a hand? Vice Chair Pettinger?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. A lot of talk about why do we have under-attainment in the fishery since the catch share program was put in place. And the presentation that was given when I was chairing the first session on the H2, I thought there's a lot of points that were missed. You know, pre-catch share, we were not 100% accountable. There were a lot of discards in this fishery. And that's one of the reasons the trawl fleet wanted to get rid of that. And so we had high Dover limits or high Dover landings leading up to this program. And then they started tapering off. But we had high Dover limits or Dover landings in a system where basically when you reached your sablefish trip limit, you discarded. In 2009, September, I believe it was the council meeting, Petroleum Sole was declared overfished. And the council immediately took steps to limit landings to the end of 2009 and reduce the quota into 2010 to adjust for that new assessment, which about like 2010, about 700 metric ton of petroleum, which is one of the high profit functions or high function inputs to a boat's landing value. And that considered, that was 1,200 metric ton, I think it was, I believe in 2011 and 12. And so there's a lot of money taken out of the fishery. And while crab landing has been high for since 2002 or 3, a lot of trawlers are crabbers now, shrimp landings in the market conditions blew up in 2009, 2010. So you had basically fishermen basically running to where they make the most money. And you can't blame them. So 2010 comes along, or 11 comes along, and now we're in a fully accountable fishery where every pound of sablefish you catch is accounted for, as it should be. And when you run out of sablefish, you quit fishing. On top of that, in 2013, 14, we had a 30% reduction in the sablefish quota. So even less sablefish available to go with associated landings of Dover sole and whatever else you're going to catch. So everybody's kind of, so the bubble diagram of the reasons why, we had 30% or so of the landings went to people who are gear switching. That fish wasn't available to the trawl sector. It's like the elephant in the room. It's so big we can't even see it, and we're wondering why are we under-attaining? I mean, it's damn near comical if you think about it. It wasn't so serious. Now, some people in testimony were saying that while the trawl fishermen have done really well in this program, they shop, see how much money is being spent, but they're not spending it because they're on the bottom trawl fishery. It's on the whiting fishery. And a lot of those guys crab and they shrimp. I know I participated in the fishery for 40 years, and any big improvements to our vessel or equipment was done on crab and shrimp landings, not trawl. People talk about major investments. Let's have a spreadsheet that shows the major investments people have done for this to be a participate in a trawl IFQ as a gear switching, if you want to call it that, compared to the investment on the other side of the ledger, probably literally hundreds of millions of dollars. They don't even compare. I really appreciate the motion that Phil's put forward. 2 reasons. I think it's good to put no action up there, and basically, as he articulated, it really kind of makes us focus in on that, because what if we didn't have no? It's been 6 years since we've had a moratorium basically on people doing anything, right? We've put our control date in place, and people have stopped acting on a fishery that potentially would be wide open. So we have to ask ourselves, what would that look like if we did not have that in place? Because once we start opening things up again, we're never going back. We've got a chance right now to moderate the situation. We're not going back to zero. I get that. Accept that. That's fine. But we need to be very careful about what we do moving forward. We cannot design this fishery for what we see it today. We can't. I mean, there's so many variables in this fishery. I mean, virtually every facet. And then we have it's easy for a single stock fishery to plan and move through that. But this is not easy, and it won't be easy in the future. We just got to find some certainty the best we can. And I think that Alternative 2 gives us something to really work with, because in my mind, it probably the closest thing that the council, the industry envisioned to begin with. And I wish we put an active trawler in there for gear switching, because that would be truly gear switching, because we're not gear switching here, folks. Let's not even kid ourselves. But I do like what he's put forward. I think there's a lot of wisdom involved in this. Some years trawlers might not need that much sablefish to get to those other fish. But some years they're going to be damn hell pressed to have enough. We have one of our boats fishing this year, 5, 6, about half a year. And he's caught 80,000 pounds of sablefish. And we're not trying to catch sablefish. We're trying everything we do to not catch sablefish. 2 or 3 different scooters, going to bigger caught ins, different nets. So there's a lot of variables out there. And I think Alternative 2 gives us the best chance moving forward. And Phil, I appreciate your motion, your thoughts behind it. And I will be supporting your motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thanks, Phil, for the motion. Just straight up front, I will be supporting that. I think it's a pretty, it's a thoughtful move as we go forward to keep those going in parallel. I would add, I agree with Mr. Pettinger's statements. I think that that's something we should consider. And when you talk about what's been holding us down, holding the attainment or the use of gear switching down in this sector, since one is like Brad talked about, the control date, that's been a signal, real strong signal, that, hey, something, you're not sure of the future here. You better, don't be careful to invest. So that's been a big damper. But I would also submit another damper is this council's decision to limit it at 29% and issue that limit of 29%. I'm a little concerned that if we go to no action, that disappears and we may see a lot more gear switching, particularly if some of the actions that are being contemplated in other sectors. If we allow 4 permits to be stacked in the gears, in the limited entry fixed gear, there's going to be capacity. That points to consolidation. There's going to be catching capacity in that fixed gear sector that will looking for a place to go. I would also point to this, something that happened when we were back in the SAMTAC. At the beginning of this, we were talking about north and south. And very thoughtfully, south was taken out of this equation, Sablefish south of 36. A couple of reasons, at least in my view. One, there's virtually no trawling south of 36, virtually. There's a very few users of that quota, and only the majority is being caught with fixed gear, particularly one particular user down in Morro Bay. And he's probably attributable to almost all the catch. I remember one of the public testimony on this a few days ago. So, well, that's a long way to run. I wish you'd move the fish north of 36 so I can access it. But in the same breath said, I also fish in Alaska. Last time I checked, it's almost 2,000 miles from Seattle to Dutch Harbor. It's only 900 miles to Monterey from Seattle. I mean, boats have propellers. We move for fish all the time. So I see a win-win here. Maybe if we could divert some of that effort to south of 36 and actually get that attainment above 10% or whatever the number is. It's very low, and all that unattained fish. Our goal here is OY, National Standard 1. I think that's should be paid attention to. And I think that, so I like the fact we're keeping them both on the table here. Just a couple thoughts there to have people think about. I think that I do support alternative 2 being in there. I think there's a lot of flexibility in the way it's presented here. So I will be supporting this motion, and thank you, Phil, for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Further discussion. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I'm appreciative of all the thoughts from those that have come before me. It's nice to see that we agree on some things, although we may not agree on everything. I have certainly had more than a few people ask me where I am on gear switching. And I am going to support this motion, particularly because it is including both options that people seem to be finding consensus around. We may not find consensus together, but at least we are finding consensus in those options. And I think, well, I am in agreement with Ms. Writing's comments of we have spent a tremendous amount of time on this topic. We may have a little bit more to do on the national standards. In terms of letting that go on and on, though, I do think the time has come to make the decision. I think we've had many, many years. I think we have so far had a myriad of alternatives and options, and I myself have brought some of those forward. This is not to point fingers at anyone. But through all of that research, and I really commend you, Jim and Jesse, for how much work you've done on this topic, we really haven't found a smoking gun. And I know, Brad, you may not agree with that. That's fine. I think we could every bit as easily point to pink shrimp and how much more money you can make in that as to why we are not receiving attainment, as we could pick gear switching or a number of other topics. And I think that's why the review may be in order, not specific to pink shrimp, but to, I think that there are more things that are leading to under attainment than this specific topic. I also think that at the end, this is going to be a policy call. And I can appreciate the arguments that we need certainty and that we've had significant outlay in investments. But I think that we have created a lot of that uncertainty ourselves by not taking a decision. And I'm certainly not advocating for taking a decision today, but I do think we need to make a decision sooner rather than make it 5 years from now. I'm going to talk for a few minutes on why I'm supporting this, even though I am the one that quite passionately advocated for option 3 at the last meeting. Really, it's the preference of the stakeholders whose viewpoints I've been representing that option for no action would be their preference. They've provided option 3 as an alternative. So similar, noting your concerns, Bob, about, hey, that if it's no action, 29% maybe where there's something that freezes and puts a bit of a governor on there. It also has served as a way for them to remain engaged in the process and not be seen as obstructionary, because they are looking for a solution. I think it also serves the council possibly as an economical and surgical approach for flexibility. And it's one that there are many shoreside bottom trawlers and fixed gear participants who are not in favor of it as their first choice, but are in some cases in favor of that approach as their second. I think that we don't need it as the primary. I do think it would be helpful to have some thoughts around a bit more analysis around it, because again, nobody's picked this as their first choice. And those two pieces really have surfaced in the last week for me. The first would be concerns regarding racing for fish and the possibility for a delayed start date for fixed gear. And again, I'm not advocating for that today, but I do think that we may end up, when we look at both of these options, saying, you know what, this is not our preferred, but this is something we can live with some modifications. So that would be one area that I think we may want to consider. And the other I wanted to talk briefly about is the concept of cooperatives, which we heard mentioned in a number of cases. We have cooperatives currently in trawl fisheries. They are incredibly successful outside of the council. And I certainly don't think if we are looking at any of these alternatives, that we need to be prescriptive or that we need to require them. But I think it is something that we should be aware of in terms of opportunity. I also want to comment that it's not lost on me in the testimony this week that stakeholders who are in favor of no action or status quo have indicated their willingness to be flexible. And that's in comparison to stakeholders who have been in favor of option 2. And I think that with changes in climate and communities, we're going to need more flexibility rather than less when we're looking both at fisheries and in terms of our management. Action or advocates for no action or status quo had a wide range. Some of them preferred option 2, some of them preferred option 3. I think there might have been an option 1 in there somewhere for you, Corey, or components of it. We certainly saw that in the GAP statement. And I want to commend them for that. I also want to highlight some of the testimony we heard. I think Bob Etter in particular stood out to me because he came in and he advocated for no action, not because it was what was best for him,
He said in some scenarios under the second alternative, he would probably do better, but that he saw that it was likely going to be best for the majority of people in the group that he was connected with. I'm not going to say for everybody. I also think that it is important to acknowledge Gary Ripka. He, like every other fisherman, has an individual business plan and a unique set of circumstances. And his preference, however, was for no action. And I would say that he is not unique as a shoreside bottom trawler. In that particular viewpoint, we've certainly had testimony a number of times from others indicating this preference in the process. And I'm also going to note that not all processors are in favor of option 2. I spoke with Steve Fick this morning. He owns Fishhawk Fisheries, and he's listed on West Coast Seafood Processors as a member. And I asked him whether his position had changed from no action, as he's stated in testimony to the council at prior meetings. And he was very clear that he was not. He was still in favor of no action. I'm going to pivot here in my comments because I think there's been a lot of reflection on what the council should have done or could have done when we implemented the program, particularly from stakeholders who are unhappy with how some components operate. In many cases, it's how the program design allocated assets. I mean, some people are content. Some people didn't get the share that they were hoping for. And some people were excluded entirely. We've heard a lot about the negative unintended consequences the decision to allow gear switching created from some members. But it really wasn't until Poggy's testimony this week that I thought about, and some of us, well, I guess all of us heard about, the unintended consequences of creating additional barriers for future generations who are entering our groundfish fisheries. Poggy is part of a generation who worked every bit as hard as those who've come before him, but due to age, missed the allocation windows. I think council members need to be sensitive to what investment and participation looks like. And it's vital not only to think about what we have traditionally called vested, these would be our original invested participants, but also any participant that's invested time and money into the ITQ program. I'm certainly not advocating that we disband the current system. And bluntly, this wouldn't be appropriate under this agenda item, even if I were. But I do think we should pause on the fact that our new entrants are trying to forge a path forward that doesn't fit the traditional mold because of decisions made by this council, including some of the members here today. I believe the council's decision in the development of the ITQ program isn't perfect. If it were, I think our meetings would likely be shorter, but that it was the right decision at the time and that the council should uphold that body of work and the conclusions that it came to regarding creating flexibility and opportunity within the sector. And so in conclusion, thank you, Phil, for the motion. I'm appreciative of the outreach that you've done to a number of us and the thought you put in to really trying to bring both sides of this issue together and to focus on finding a path forward for us all.
Thank you, Krista. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And I guess when you spend so long on an issue, people get really good at saying their thoughts out loud. I've been really impressed with how people are articulating their thoughts today. I'll support the motion first, to be clear. Krista, since you mentioned alternative one, I'm not sure where to start my thoughts, but I'll say with that. I'll just say I think alternative one has a much better chance of looking good under national standard 4 than alternative 2. If that's true, the analysis that Phil's after and that Jim articulated would reveal that in part. So again, I'm not advocating for alternative 1. but I think the analysis of it is still at play here. So this is a really nice way of moving forward. And on that, I don't think we've had the debate as completely as we could have. I don't think alternative one has been considered on its merits by most people, and for reasons I fully understand. And yeah, geez, while Phil's when he spoke to his motion, he's been doing it forever, so no one's surprised. But just how impressive it is, he can summarize all that, and basically, you made the case for both no action versus alternative two, and about as well as I've heard anyone make them. And again, as I'm going to try to summarize my thoughts that I already said on Friday, but just I'll say when he makes the cases that the one for no action is just head and shoulders above alternative two, and that's again thinking of alternative. National standard 4 and the benefit cost test that a lot of people have spoken to already. That said, I think I did learn some new things this meeting, and I am starting to understand the argument maybe in a different way for why the bottom trawl sector needs help, really needs to be subsidized or separated away from this fixed gear sector because they can't compete. And I just still think we need more information that can be brought out and possibly brought out and maybe even change my mind on where I'm at right now in terms of no action. Just the arguments are so much stronger in favor of no action in my mind. And then it's my lack of understanding possibly of what people are saying about the economics. But it looks to me like in the analysis that the sectors can compete. And I was here, on the GMT when in the middle of this program development. I remember all the arguments being made at that time by the processing sector on the effects of the IFQ program and the grandfather clause, which we have better terms for that now. So the arguments are sounding a lot like they were back then. And there is more to it than this, but it's got to be more to meet that benefit cost test. It has to be more of that. This fish was intended for us. And we would like it back. It has to be that the council taking action, as we heard, is the benefits of doing that are going to outweigh the harms. And more people have said it better than me, but so that is where my thoughts have been. How are the benefits going to outweigh the harms? And I do think there's a plausible rationale there. And if so, that what Phil has proposed here will maybe bring that forth more clearly.
Thank you, Corey. Other discussion? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will not be supporting the motion. As Corey Ridings artfully described it just a few minutes ago, gear switching was a feature of this program and not a bug when the program was originally developed. Earlier this week, we heard Travis Hunter say that if he could ask for a do-over and go back in time, he would remove gear switching as an element. And similarly, Mark Cooper mentioned that gear switchers didn't do anything wrong, but it was wrong to let them in. But contrary to these statements, the action that's in front of us is not actually to end gear switching. The proposal doesn't call to eliminate all gear switching equally and entirely from the program, but instead it only addresses sablefish pounds and not all IQ species. The proposal would also limit or end sablefish gear switching activity for only some shareholders and participants and not all of them equally, and would result in a new, complex, burdensome, and expensive regulatory regime that will generate new winners and losers. Under the no action alternative as described in action or in attachment 2, the fishery would continue to change in response to changing environmental, economic, and social conditions, as well as other regulatory actions. Attainment of the trawl allocations would continue to vary with changes in factors such as the level of trawl allocations, market conditions, the mix of co-occurring species, and prices for quota pounds. These factors may influence and be influenced by the degree of gear switching. The total amount of gear switching might decline, remain at recent levels, or increase. Earlier this week, I asked Jonathan Gonzalez how he might be planning ahead for expected result reductions in short spine thorny head quota pound amounts in response to a new and less optimistic draft stock assessment that was completed and reviewed by a STAR panel earlier this month. On page 99, the STAR panel report concludes that short spine thorny head, quote, may become a constraining species to the trawl fleet due to increases in sablefish ACLs over the next few years. The trawl fleet that targets DTS may expand to whatever the ACL is, so full attainment is a reasonable expectation. We can and should expect that the DTS fishery will learn to adapt to the disparity between the ACLs affecting the fishery, presuming that, in fact, short spine does become the newest choke species. I'm not sure how they'll adapt. We know thorny heads will bite hooks, but it sounds like they aren't big on swimming into traps like sablefish. But gear switching allows for use of any legal gear and promotes gear innovation, which can help when ACL changes trigger a change in practice to best utilize the particular portfolio of quota pounds, which also means the best chance to increase profit. The IQ fleet can, and in California certainly does, use slinky pots under the gear switching provision. Limiting gear switching will have the effect of dampening innovation, not stimulating improved harvest of underutilized species in the IQ program. Jonathan indicated that the IQ program has had other choke species before, and he's certainly right. And the industry has been innovative, using the flexibilities afforded by or created by the ITQ program to work around them. They've formed collectives, as Michelle Conrad explained, or bycatch risk pools. And in the case of cowcod, which was an extremely choke species, overfished at the time, the California Groundfish Collective even sought and received an EFP from National Marine Fisheries Service, which authorized an exemption for the collective's members from established accumulation limits. And now with the repeal of the trawl RCA, IFQ operations have the flexibility to pursue their fishing activities wherever and whenever they expect to maximize take of their target species. And in the event the council needs to consider adaptive management in response to any harsh consequence of the IQ program, adaptive management pounds up to 10% can still be withheld to help address community stability, processor stability, conservation, unintended or unforeseen consequences of IFQ management, and to facilitate new entrants. When the program was designed, adaptive management pounds was the tool the council put in the toolbox to deal with any type of problem that might arise in the fishery as circumstances change. There are myriad tools and processes that can affect any future foreseeable problem with constraining sablefish shares, just as we've seen for other choke species. We don't need to constrain or end gear switching, and certainly don't need to impose the hardship for only some and not all shareholders. As heard earlier today in the language of National Standard 4, the Fairness and Equity Clause must be considered. The motive for making a particular allocation should be justified in terms of the objectives of the FMP. Otherwise, the disadvantaged user groups or individuals would suffer without cause. So while the testimony of Travis and Mark suggests the council made a mistake in authorizing gear switching, the proposal in front of us doesn't remedy that situation, and instead would impose undue and unjust hardship on some while potentially unjustly enriching others. I'm not sure what more analysis is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate Mr. Anderson's motion here. I admit to being somewhat new to this process, having been behind the scenes for most of this time. And I have been racking my brain, struggling reading these documents, trying to find the one alternative, the one option that provides some certainty for the trawl sector, the processors and their business plans and investments, while also honoring and respecting the investments and business plans of the people who played by the rules that were in place at the time. I haven't been able to get there yet, and I have the two of the loudest proponents on each side are in Oregon, and this is a very important option or issue for the Oregon fleet, the Oregon processors, as well as others. I know we had hoped to get to one IPPA today. I don't think I was quite there yet. I see what Mr. Anderson has provided here as a way to move forward. We are narrowing the options, and I think we can still do the November and April or June timeline. But this gives us a little more time to think. And sorry, Jim and Jesse, we're going to send you out to the quarry to find us a couple of more rocks if you can. Compromise may not be the best word, but I think this is the best compromise for where we are right now in moving forward with reducing what we're looking at, but still keeping some things on the table as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Look around for any further discussion or comments. And I'm not seeing additional hands, so I will go ahead and call for the question. The motion is on the screen before us. If anybody needs a minute to see it in its entirety, Sandra has scrolled through that. I will ask you now, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? No abstentions. I heard opposed votes from Corey Ridings and Marcy Yaremko. Is that correct? Were there others? Not hearing that. The motion passes then. Further work. Or maybe I will turn to Dr. Seeger and Jesse. There we have selected an IPPA. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a motion, if now is the right time.
Go ahead.
I move to instruct staff to stop work on this action.
Thank you. Thank you. I believe the language on the screen is accurate, complete.
It is.
Is
Thank
there
you.
a second to the motion? Seconded by Marcy Yaremko. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to say again, thank you to Phil for the previous motion and the thinking that went into that and what we saw there. I also see that motion as not a compromise, as Mr. Anderson said. The no action was going to be analyzed regardless as part of the process, as Mr. Anderson noted in answer to my question. And so I see that as really just alternative 2 moving forward and removing 1 and 3, although there are clearly some details there that have been around, but fundamentally it's alternative 2. I spoke earlier, so I'm not going to go long here, but just noting again that this has taken 8 years and this is an IPPA. We're not even at a PPA yet. I greatly appreciate the work and especially the attention that this conversation has had to the national standards. That's obviously incredibly important and core to what we do as a council. But as I said earlier, I think we are losing the forest for the trees, and further analysis is not required to understand the fundamental unfairness of this. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, I don't have to chase it across the pond to pull out a feather and have it genetically tested to know that it's a duck. We have 8 years of testimony, analysis, and information that demonstrate the diffusion of possible benefits versus the known harms. I mean, we have a program review waiting in the wings to address these issues in the context of the broader issues that might help actually solve this problem. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? I do not, oh, excuse me, Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the motion. Corey, your motion says to instruct staff to stop work on this action. I'd like to ask what your intent is regarding the council overall and the council's further work on this action.
Thanks, Ms. Summer. The intention is for the council to also stop work on this issue.
Further questions for clarification? Not seeing any. Discussion on the motion. And I see no hands, so I will go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
It's not necessary to call for abstentions because it is not clear which of those prevailed. Executive Director Burden, would you please call the voice vote, the roll call vote?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'll be working from voting sheet number 2. Motion reference is I'm referring to it as H2 writings, the motion to stop work, further work on the gear switching matter. Let's see, starting from the top then, Marcy Yaremko,
Yes.
Robert Dooley,
No.
Maggie Summer,
No.
Butch Smith,
No.
Brad Pettinger,
No.
Corey Ridings,
Yes.
Corey Niles,
No.
Krista Svensson,
No.
Joe Oatman,
No.
Lynn Mattis,
No.
Phil Anderson,
No.
Mark Gorelnik,
No.
I see 2 yes votes to 10 no votes. That means the motion has failed, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Further discussion, maybe I will ask that there's our screen back before us again. We have selected an initial PPA and we'll look for further discussion, other guidance on the alternatives as necessary. Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just to maybe 2 questions for council staff, Dr. Seeger and Ms. Dorping-House. On those 2 questions, provide other guidance on the alternatives as needed. Jim, you gave us a pretty good description of what you would be doing if after that first motion passed. So I think I've got a good understanding on that. In terms of the process, my understanding is that the current process has us coming back in November to select a PPA. And I haven't heard anything, which doesn't mean there isn't anything. I haven't heard anything that would suggest that by taking the first action that we have affected our ability to make to deliberate and make a decision on a PPA in November. Is that correct?
Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Anderson, yes, that's correct. There were some scenarios where we thought we might need to come back in September, depending on what you did on your IPPA, but none of those manifested. What you have is an action IPPA that is fairly well specified. A couple of questions in there that need to be resolved, but it doesn't make sense to come back in September to do it. We can handle it all.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. Nothing further from me, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil. And with that also on the timeline, I understand part of that will be our workload discussion there, but are there any other questions or discussion about the process and timeline that's necessary? Not seeing hands, I can always call on Dr. Seeger and Jesse to summarize and point out anything we've missed.
Mr. Vice Chairman, you selected a dual IPPA. Contained within the motion was some other guidance on the alternatives in terms there was some narrowing, some options that were not moved forward as part of alternative 2. And then as I just finished indicating in terms of your third action here, based on what you did select, I don't see any reason to come back in September. I think you're good to come back at the November meeting to continue work on this.
All right, thank you. Closing comments, discussion. Not seeing any hands, I'm going to close this agenda item and pass the gavel back to our chair.
All right, thank you very much, Vice Chair Hassemer. We made it through gear switching for now. That concludes the agenda for today. I will turn to Executive Director Merrick Burden. I don't believe there's anything we can move forward, but I figured I would ask.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are a couple of light items at the end of our meeting that we are prepared to move up if you'd like. It may make sense to break here and huddle and decide if that's what we want to do, unless you know right now. But these would be things like legislative matters, approval of the minutes and meeting record, things of that nature. So I'd look to you if you would like to move those up. Otherwise, I think you're done.
They won't save much time, but they'll save some time on day last, which is a day that is a getaway day. So can we just take a 10-minute break here and then come back and tackle those?
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right. Let's try to wrap things up. We have a couple of short agenda items. Just all right. All right, if you could take your conversations out into the hall. We're going to take up two items here that were scheduled for Tuesday, day last. C4 legislative matters and C6 the council meeting record. I'll turn to Executive Director Merrick Burden for legislative.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is agenda item C4, legislative matters. The Legislative Committee met on Wednesday, June 21st, to review the status of legislation and bills introduced within the 118th Congress. There were a couple of attachments included and that were considered by this committee. Both of those are summaries of that legislation, one at the end of April, another at the end of May. You'll see those contained within your briefing book. And you also have a supplemental legislative committee report. So there isn't necessarily much to do here, but your task is to consider the legislative committee report and provide any recommendations as appropriate.
All right, thank you. Could you please read the report into the record?
Yeah, happy to. Just 1 minute here. Okay, I'll be reading from agenda item C4A, which is the supplemental legislative committee report. Legislative Committee met on Wednesday, June 21st to consider the status of legislation in the 118th U.S. Congress. The LC did not identify any pending legislation that would appear to be germane to the Pacific Fishery Management Council. In addition, there have not been any requests for council input from federal or state legislative bodies. Barring any new legislation that may concern the council, the LC will meet again concurrently with the November meeting. And that is the end of the Legislative Committee report.
All right. Are there, we have no reports, we have no public comment. So, well, no reports other than the Legislative Committee report. So that'll take us to any council discussion that may be had. It was not a terribly involved meeting. We expected some requests for comment and that didn't come. So I'm not seeing any hands. Oh, there is one. Mr. Dooley.
Don't have anything to do this afternoon anyhow, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I think it's very important that we keep apprised of all the legislation, and I think that the committee did a very good job of going through it. I think it's important that people pay attention to that, but understanding that we don't have an action unless we're requested to do so, and we weren't at this time. So I would say that it's good information to have, and I appreciate the work of the committee.
All right, thank you. Is there any further discussion on this agenda item? Not seeing any. Mr. Burden, I believe that concludes this agenda item.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that does conclude agenda item C4.
All right. We'll move on to agenda item C6. This is approval of the county meeting records. This would be for our March meeting and for our April meeting. Do you want to give the overview on that?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Like you said, this is agenda item C6, the approval of council meeting records. Draft meeting records for March and April 2023 meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council have been provided within the briefing book for your review and approval. These are noted as attachments 1 and attachments 2. These draft meeting records also serve as the official meeting minutes, and they contain links to the documents for the meeting, as well as a staff summary of key agenda items. Happy to take any questions.
All right, let's see if there are any corrections to be offered to the meeting minutes. Mr. Anderson.
I have a motion.
All right. Well, I'm not seeing any corrections because the staff did a great job. So please proceed with your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I move the council approve the meeting record as shown in agenda item C6, attachment 1, draft council meeting record, 270th session of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, March 4 through 10, 2023, and agenda item C6, attachment 2, draft council meeting record, 271st session of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, April 1 through April 7th, 2023.
All right, I believe the motion on the screen is accurate and complete. I'll look for a second. Seconded by Bob Dooley. Please speak to your motion as you feel necessary.
Great job by council staff of keeping track of our doings.
Yeah, for sure. Any discussion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you for the motion. That concludes our action on this agenda item. It concludes our business for the day. Tomorrow we have salmon and HMS. Any closing words? Executive Director Burton.
Nice job, everyone.
Yeah, this is a day that could have gone differently, and it went very well because we all worked together and we had great support from staff. So we'll see you all in the morning.